We'll find out. Ooh. Oh. Where's the turd?
Where's the turd? Salt.
Fella done me wrong. He's also a huge dork.
I don't trust men who smile too much. Good, honest hatred. Very refreshing.
Hello.
Good evening.
Oh, there he is.
Good afternoon, Las Vegas.
So, just for anybody that was wondering, yes, obviously, I did survive my surgery. This thingy here is like a little thing that collects blood as it drains out of my neck. Such a lovely thing. And I was just telling, and now no, he has not seen it. Just so you know, nobody has seen this next video clip what we're about to see. As many of you remember, there was one of the earliest viral videos on YouTube was a kid who went to the dentist, and immediately after coming out of the dentist, dad decided to inappropriately record his kid while still on the sedatives from the dentist.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, everybody's seen that video. So I decided it would be fun, and so to do this. So the second I woke up in the recovery room, I grabbed my phone and hit the record button. And I tried a couple of times. This is the most coherent thing I said. But Danny, if you wouldn't mind, play the untitled video, and you will see what I said immediately after surgery.
And by Danny, we mean Jason.
I'm sorry, Jason. Yeah. Hey guys, Michael J. Crawford here. And, this morning I watched the finale of Star Trek Picard. The doctors say that I should be okay, but they're not 100% sure.
Well, hey, they certainly didn't take your sarcasm when they took your thyroid.
All right.
Oh man.
So yes, that was me a few hours ago. I am unfortunately not under the direct effects of any narcotics right now, although that may change during the course of this live stream, depending on how it goes. So just for spoiler warning, yes, I will be taking painkillers, but it's prescription. So with that, I do have one other thing I want to announce. Oh, and thank you so much. The great BK tipped $4.20, the Danny special.
Oh, it's also today's 420 holiday.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah,
which is my birthday, by the way. Today is my birthday. So for my birthday,
I already wished you happy birthday this morning.
No, I know you did, but I'm saying, so for my birthday, I actually got surgery.
Yeah.
So you were about to say?
I was gonna say on 420, you should go in on elements and make that is the lowest amount you can give.
I should have. I absolutely should have. But no. Danny was about to say
super tip.
Thank you. And says, hope you're doing well enough with everything on your birthday. Just know we're all here for you. And then what does it say? Something, Mike. By the way, 420 on your birthday. That's how I roll. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Although it's supposed to be 420 on my birthday, not $4.20.
Yes, according to some people.
Yeah, well,
$1 per. Well, hey, look, if you embrace the how old you are.
Yeah, see, $1. Well, if you do $1 for every year I've been on the planet, then you might as well just send me your bank card.
That's funny. That's what my mom does. That shit was cute in my 20s, but now it's like, But every year she'll write a check, and she still does the check thing, which it's like, so it's just how old I am.
I want to make sure I'm taking the right pill. I don't want to take the stool softener right now. I want to, that could make for a very interesting live stream, but not the live stream I want. And unfortunately, the surgery did mess with my vision a little bit, so it's very hard for me to read. Okay, yes, this is the theoretical pain medication that should help.
I don't know if you see in the chat, but Cece says she's glad everything went well. Prayers for speedy recovery and happy birthday.
And yes, I will definitely need help reading the chat because reading the chat is very difficult for me right
So
now.
we'll do roll call here first.
Yeah.
So we'll go right with the main chat stream where everybody's collected together. We've got Delta Force Shuttles, Stan Lee, Anthony Mark, BK Dan, Penny, the mother of Danny.
I like how everybody feels the need to point that out.
Because it's so weird. It's already an eclectic little collection of the three of us as it is.
We really should normalize mothers joining their son's streams. It's fun.
Exactly.
It's good stuff.
Yeah. Joe's Atmosphere, the Dork Knight, Blaine the Keto Klingon, Trusted P, 47 Yorktown. Hello, my fellow New Brunswicker. Mike Richards. Yeah, I already said that one. Games you love. Gorilla's Random Thoughts with the all caps explosion. Blah. Somebody had it on shout.
Yeah, right.
Cece is in there, as we saw, with the well wishes and happy birthday. And Brandon G. And we're getting down. Kristen M. And yeah, that's it. Well, thanks for coming, everyone. We're up to 23 total viewers right now.
And I do like Gorilla's super chat, or Gorilla's all caps there. And thank you for the all caps, actually, because I can actually read that.
Oh, no.
If this wasn't a
friends
brand
like
new
that,
player, I would take you up on that.
Yeah. I was going to say that's like a twist on last year's eat hot things for money.
Yeah, this would be quite the opposite.
Yeah.
That would be a very interesting live stream, like Eat Till You Crap live stream. And
well, you got all those weird mukbang channels. So.
I wouldn't be able to. In my case, it'd be eat till you puke, because I only have like a 4-ounce stomach.
Yeah, you'd be.
Well, it's not a band. It's
actually.
I got this.
Done.
They
but
cut
if you take laxatives, look. I don't know. Have you ever had a colonoscopy?
Not yet.
Okay. What you do, here's how you do it, is you start the live stream, and I know how to do it. Are
we really going to talk about a colonoscopy? Hi, Donnie Pearson. You got here just in time.
Well,
Kristen, thanks for stopping by. If you oh God.
Watching Picard and getting a colonoscopy are very similar.
I don't see how.
We'll talk about that. Bird Pray 5 with a $10 tip. Thank you, Bird.
The super chat. Sorry, yeah, Stanley. I did used to be a really big fat guy. I actually went by the name Fat Beard because I was 400 pounds and I had a ZZ Top.
Chat. It's
was it tip? Super tip. It doesn't have the same ring to it.
So Bird says, "Happy birthday, Salty. Glad to see your birthday yourself after having to share so long with Adolf." Yeah, thank you. You're so kind. And my daughter is here, so now I can talk about the other thing I did want to talk about. So I promised her I wouldn't mention this until she was actually here. So my daughter is an inconsiderate, rude little bee witch.
Shut your mouth.
Well, I gotta say, I am so mad at her right now. And so I'm going to discipline her live on air because she did one of the most rude and inconsiderate things. And this is my birthday here. Okay. So this is the day. I mean, bad enough I had to have surgery and I had to do a live stream, and I'm stressed out because, I have to get up at 2 a.m. to watch Picard, which I wasn't looking forward to doing. And then my daughter had to do one of the most inconsiderate things you could possibly do to your dad, right, on his birthday. So let me give you a little bit of backstory. As some of you guys know, I do like to play video games when I'm not live streaming. And one thing I would like to do in the not too distant future is maybe incorporate some gameplay into some live streams. Well, one game that is coming soon that I have actually pre-ordered is Diablo 4, and Jason has actually pre-ordered it as well. We talked about maybe doing some streams together playing Diablo 4 because it's a fun game. Now, Danny, don't go away. There's a point. I promise. There is a point, and you will.
I'm listening. I'm
All
listening.
right. And so with Diablo 4, there are like 3 or 4 different levels of the game you can purchase, right? There's the cheapo version, the mid-range version, and the premium version. And the premium version costs almost twice as much as the cheapo version. And me, being the cheap and greedy bastard that I am, bought the cheapo version. Well, that makes sense, right? You with me so far? Yeah.
Yeah, following along.
All right. So, what did my inconsiderate, rude, horrible daughter do on my birthday? She is forcing me to upgrade my purchase to the expensive version.
How is she forcing you? Come on now. How?
Because, are you ready for this? I mean, you're going to be pissed at her in a second. I swear. Your face is going to turn red. You're going to be just as angry as I am. You ready for this? She had the gall to get me for my birthday a PS5.
you gotta.
She should have got you. I don't know. Can I adopt your kid? My kid. I don't think my kids have gotten me anything for my birthday in years, man. Literally. I mean,
And,
so that's
I was
awesome.
I was completely floored. She conspired with my wife so that she had it. They had it shipped here. My wife hid it away so that I didn't know. So that so I'm working on getting it set up right now. It's actually sitting right here on the desk. And so
as Kristen says in the chat, oh my. That's,
yes.
That's yeah.
And let's see
and she'll take that if you don't want it.
Yeah, it's like there. I guess you can't really.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is, right there.
Sauron's tower.
Yeah. Yes. So I'm actually working on getting it set up right now. So because and this is actually a cool thing about Diablo 4 is that you can cross play on any platform. So I want to test that out.
Nerds.
And I also want to see if these new controllers are good for people with my MS laden fingers. So but in all seriousness, of course, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart, Pumpkin. I can't believe you did that. And so that was like a complete and utter shock. I was not expecting anything other than, relatively, modest birthday gifts. But now I will say this. My wife got me a really cool birthday present as well. Now, not a PS5, but I still do love this. It's a coffee cup. And I don't know why my thing is reversed.
Hey, man.
But,
yeah.
but
well, it's not for
big
us.
cups.
We can read it. The best husband gets it's reversed for you.
Oh, okay.
I think it's a new StreamYards thing.
Yeah, I hate that.
Like,
it's annoying.
Because mine's reversed too.
So
but
it's
I
a
guess
StreamYard setting, not a camera setting.
I'm pretty sure. I don't know. But the best husband gets the biggest mug.
Right, but now check this out.
Yeah.
Oh,
Salty tracker or anti-tracker. No, it says salty.
Salty.
Yeah,
It
salty
says Salty
tracker.
Tracker. And then below that
there's a
it
glare.
says Coco and Bean Forever, because those were our nicknames we had for each other when we were like in our teens and 20s.
That's so sweet.
Yeah. So
That's so sweet. So look, you rushed me back here because you didn't give me enough time to smoke. If you're going to keep doing which is fine. I mean, you should. It's your birthday. It's
no,
your
that's
stream.
it for my birthday.
If you're going to keep doing show and tell, I'm going to go finish my smoke and I'll be back in a minute.
No,
if you're going to keep talking about nerdy video games that nobody gives a shit about.
You need to quit smoking. Your body is a temple, dude. Stop burning incense.
It's the Temple of Doom. Anyway.
Yeah, apparently.
Jesus. Yeah.
So
what do you want to talk about?
And yes, and BK Dan actually got me a really good mug as well. which
I'm
I
smoking.
don't have, which I don't have in reach. It's a Picard facepalm mug, which I do love as well. And it is in the room, but I don't have it within arm's reach, or I would show it off too. So thank you for that, BK Dan. Or no, you got me the red shirt. I'm sorry, that coffee mug was a Christmas present you got me. The red shirt. This is my favorite red. This is my lucky red shirt, which I wore on Sunday morning a couple weeks ago. So guy has cancer scare and goes right back to smoking. Yeah, I know, salty nerd. Go figure. What a idiot. What a freaking idiot. By the way,
so is salty nerd? Is that?
I was just going to ask, is that Kadish in the house? Because if it is, I have a question for you. Because Kadish, is that you? Okay. Yep. So Kadish, do you agree with the sentiment of my little video? And if you didn't see it, go ahead and play it again, Jason. This was me right after surgery. Hey guys, Michael J. Crawford here. And, this morning I watched the finale of Star Trek Picard. The doctors say that I should be okay, but they're not 100% sure. So I'm wondering if you had a similar reaction to the season finale. And before I send you the link, I want to make sure it's okay with Danny, and Danny's off giving himself cancer of the lungs now that he's clear from cancer of the nuts. Which makes no sense. Well, I don't have cancer in one part of my body. Let's shoot up another part. Roll the dice. Everybody's a winner. Cancer. So Danny says, of course it is. Of course it is. All right. Do you have Kadish's contact information, or do you need me to send it?
You're gonna need to send it. I don't.
Okay, I'll get it.
Yeah, I don't. He doesn't follow me on Twitter, so I can't DM him.
No, I have his email. I'll get it to him. Okay. Give me just a second, Kadish. I will email it to you. Let's see. Composed to.
Yeah, I heard all that. That's fine.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you were okay, though, before I.
Oh, no. Why wouldn't I be? Jesus, I miss Kadish being on the show.
Because he may disagree with you and call you an idiot.
Hey, and that's fine. It's
when
actually
I call you an idiot, you get pissed off. But when Kadish calls you an idiot.
I didn't get pissed off. I actually thanked you for last night because I was bawling when I first got on the stream, and within a few minutes of all the hatred you were spewing, it was just you dried me up, and I even said thank you for that, and then I wished you happy birthday.
I wasn't spewing hatred; I was spewing truth.
I guess. Did you? Now that I'm back, did you get that to him already, or I can shoot it? Okay, because I could shoot it to him through Discord if not.
I just sent it to him in an email.
Okay.
But if you want to send it to a Discord through, send it to some random dude.
Mike Richards in the house. Nice of you to join us, salty nerd. Matthew Kadish is going to be on the stream here in a minute.
All right. So while we're waiting,
I'm actually after his video last week. I'm actually kind of really scared. I'm going to be on an island by myself, I think.
While we're waiting for Kadish, let's do our hot takes. So,
our hot takes. All right.
Yeah, Jason,
who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Oh, Jason. Okay, yeah. Pop, yeah.
No, well, Jason has the control over the
okay.
So he moves people around there.
Yeah. So for me, I was not as disappointed as last night. That's about as much praise as I can give it right now.
That's not a hot take. Come on. Like,
okay,
you and I both hated Mando.
The other one I was thinking about, being smarmy off of is everything is the second episode of TNG season 1 right now. Like, and honestly, it all ties back to everybody just wanted to crank out whatever it was they could crank out and make everybody feel good about it. Because, yeah, they got me to get a little tiny in the dust in the air this morning, that's for sure. But it's manipulation. Manipulation. So yeah, I'm very much on Team Kadish after episode 9. So
Damn.
I went back and I actually watched his 30-minute piece. And although there was that one little bit that did get corrected on the live stream on Saturday, I'm very much in the same feeling as he is about it. So
Which bit was that? Because I watched it. I commented on it.
Oh, what was that? That was he might remember when he gets on.
We got a super chat.
Oh,
Super chat.
So Trustin, my good friend, says, "Happy birthday, boss. All the best, my friend." Thank you so much, Trustin. I truly appreciate the 5 Shatners, or 5.5 Shatners.
yeah, gotta remember that half.
Yes.
I get you an
over.
extra nickel down there.
Yes. So thank you so much, my friend. Continue on.
Oh,
And my daughter with $1.99. Tell Danny to call me before I go. LOL. Oh yeah, my daughter would love to talk to you.
Good. Because I need an emergency contact for you next time you give me and Jason a scare like you did a week or 2 ago.
Well, not just that.
know.
She seriously wants to talk to you, one person to another, because you guys have a lot in common.
For sure.
And in personal stuff you've gone through and stuff.
I think I pick him what you're putting down. Hey, Professor
Right.
Brainy Specs. He actually agreed with me on Twitter on some stuff. So
Yeah.
wish he was here.
And yes, Professor, the surgery went as well as, well, it was not as good as could have been, but went as well as basically expected. Ideally, I wouldn't have this drain plug thing, but unfortunately, most people do end up with this. And
You sound great for having just got out of surgery, especially with that, So
well, they didn't hit my larynx, so they didn't have any complications. But it does. Good. My throat feels like I've been chewing on sandpaper and swallowing it and washing it down with a nice elixir of broken glass. That's the best way to describe what the inside of my throat feels like right now. So, but thank you, Professor. Yeah, and thank you for the happy birthday. It did go as well as could be expected. And Ebony, you don't have to give me any super chats. Instead, from now on, all I expect are gifts on the PlayStation Store. Because there are some pretty cool games in there that I want to get, starting with Ratchet and Clank. That's going to be the first one I get. Anyway.
All right. So we're going to actually change this up a little bit because you've been talking. So we're going to finish your talking so then Danny can step in. Okay. So we're going to bring you up, Mike.
All right. So my hot take. Well, aside from my snarky video, I would say that this episode answered nothing and raised more questions, and unfortunately raised questions that will never be answered, including, and thank you, View from a lookout with 2 pounds, Danny. Oh, is he gone? So
he might be gone.
Yeah.
Super chat.
It says, happy birthday, Salty, from across the pond. Thank you so much, View from a lookout.
Super chat. Sorry.
And I will honestly say that I think that like some of the questions that it raises, like, okay, if the Borg Queen was all alone at this point, how did she manage to build up the crap that she built? How did she manage to literally take over the entire Federation by herself? How was she able to intimidate the changelings? How was she able to control the changelings? Why did Vadic have to sever her hand in order to talk to her? Why did she disguise her voice as a man? There's so many questions that I have that will just never be answered. And on top of that, then we get the stupid Q mystery box for the future series of the USS Everybody's a Chick Except for Jack. And, which is a show that, quite frankly, does not look interesting to me. Because, look, if Raffi were not on that crew, I'd be totally down for it. I do not want to see Rafi. Why is Rafi getting a promotion when she did nothing in this story that actually elevated the story? The only reason
Wasn't it more
she's
like a
getting-
demotion? Wasn't she like a
No, this
commander?
was not a
She-
demotion. She got,
Okay.
but she got her dream job basically, and at this point, the only reason she got that job was because Worf lied for her. Because Worf is the only one that did anything effective on their covert operation. She effed everything up over and over and over, and Worf had to fix it. So I'm, having Rafi, what are they going to, are they going to have her like on, if they do a Titan series with this crew, is she going to be constantly going back and forth, Colonel Ty wise, like is she a drug addict and not a drug addict? Or, I don't care about her character. And now they're dragging her character onward. And I know that, forgive me, I'm because drugs. I can't remember her name. The lady that plays 7 of 9. I'm brain dead.
Jerry Ryan.
Jerry Ryan. Thank you. I know that Jerry Ryan was uncomfortable with some of the lesbian overtones that they did in season 1, and so they rolled it back. But now they're putting the two of them side by side in a new series. Where's that going to go? I'm not interested, and setting up for more behind the scenes drama just makes it worse. So, the show, in my opinion, episode 9 made it bad. Episode 10 made it worse. And I did not, unlike Jason, I didn't cry. I laughed at this episode. I literally laughed at the episode when we saw the USS Enterprise D, literally the one that in the earliest episodes they call the fat one, rightly so, doing X-wing maneuvers inside the Death Star. I was out. That was the dumbest thing. Even taking into account threshold and discovery level crap, that was the dumbest thing I've ever seen in Trek, was the USS Enterprise flying into the Death Star.
When I saw the little
out.
red line get drawn around the cube,
Yeah, I knew what they were going to do.
I knew your mind must have exploded when you.
And the thing is, they had a perfect, and Kadish backed me up on this. They had a perfect in-canon, wonderful way to do this, and which would have been a member berry in and of itself. Use the effing captain's yacht that we've never seen and everybody knows about.
I don't know about it.
So
I'm a filthy
Super
casual.
tip.
So anyway, that's my hot take. And Professor Brainy Specs throws in a $10 super tip. Thank you so much, Professor Brainy Specs. Despite our massive disagreements from time to time, you show that you are a gentleman and a scholar, and you feed the greed, which I truly appreciate. It says, happy birthday, Salty. Are you 1,000 years old now? No. You obviously were not paying attention to Deej. I am 1 billion years old. All right, so that's my hot take. Out.
All right, take a breather, Mr. Throat.
Oh yes, throat resting.
Danny,
I should have made some tea or chicken soup.
I'm going to do my best to make it through this entire stream because I am definitely going to be on an island by myself. So I just want to preface this with I already know whatever. Yeah, I cry at everything. I'm just glad it's Kadish, not Vader, because Vader would just eviscerate me. Star Trek has plays a huge part of my life, and not just the stuff with my mom with TOS, but my best friend on planet Earth, Jason Marshall, who was my best friend from 6th grade till he died. We we never agreed on stuff with Star Trek, or rarely we would agree on stuff. And when he died, ironically, sadly, he passed away from cirrhosis of the liver. And his brother thought it would be in good taste to give me and Eric and others that were super close to him some of his ashes. And this is what he chose to give them to us in, is this a flask,
Very
which
cool.
is, well, not really, because like he died, like, so his ashes are in this. It's got his name on it and the Star Trek thing, but you know, he died from he basically cirrhosis of the liver.
Oh,
He
yeah,
drank
okay, I
himself to
get that.
death.
I go right
So
to-
and then
can I
now
interrupt
even
Let me
yeah,
interrupt
sure.
you for just a second. I promise it'll only take a second because
Yeah.
it's purely coincidental. I was talking to my wife and my daughter about what to do with me when I die, which I know is a morbid thought, but you know, you got to think about those things every now and then.
Yeah.
So I will be cremated and my ashes will be scattered at was it Valdez Rocks or Vasquez Rocks, whichever it is. I can't remember. I always get them confused. But you know, the rocks where the Gorn fight was shot.
Yeah. Right on.
Scatter my ashes there because I'm a TOS Trekkie through and through. That's the place to put me.
No,
So,
you know,
continue.
that makes sense for you. So anyway, so this would get even more dark because you guys, I heard you outside, you know, giving me grief about, well, since I survived one cancer, I might as well die from another. I didn't have my drinking, like I always drank, but I didn't like have a drinking problem until long after he had passed. And so now it's got even kind of like a double whammy kind of like gut punch. So anyway, so I have romanticized Star Trek over the years. You know, I'm the little kid. I'm a grown ass man with little like kid toys all over my place, much to Cece's dismay. And I spent the last 30 minutes of this episode, like crying. It was just like, it was so beautiful. It was so good. It was like so beautiful. I don't know. I'm so shocked that I'm the only one who thinks this here on this panel, because other people that I've talked to, I mean, it was just so. I'll talk about it when we do the frame by frame. There's like, I was just overwhelmed, and I texted a couple people because I had to talk to somebody because I did not want to do like my first solo stream on my channel is me bawling like Kevin Smith, and fortunately Michael got back to me. He's like, "Hey, I'm on DJ's stream." So when I first get onto the stream last night with Michael, I'm like covered in tears, like, you know, stopped up, talking funny. And then within minutes, I was fine and cleared up and realized what I was going to be in for tomorrow should he make the show. So I thought I was ready for it, but now that Kadish is here and it's going to be a gangbang on me, basically. I'll do my best to last, but that's my hot. Do you even hear yourself? So that's my hot take. I just loved it. It was wrapping up in a warm blanket, crying, and really wanting to talk to my mom and my dead friend afterwards. So it was, you know, beautiful. It was a beautiful experience for me. Anyway, I've already watched it twice. So
Only twice.
Want to throw a
well, because I
quick
slept.
jab
I had
in
to
at the
take a nap.
start, Matt? Or
So you guys know how I felt about episode 9, right? You guys watch my little rebuttal
oh
video.
yeah, I watched the live stream and then went right out and watched the half.
I
hour.
was cheering you on, dude. I never super chat, and I super chatted you.
You did. You
Twice.
did.
Yeah, twice. Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the thing
So-
that was corrected on this stream, though? Like we were asking
There was
about that
there was
earlier.
one thing that someone figured out. I forget what it was, but there was one of the pieces that you'd broken out, but it was I don't remember. I'd have to go back
Okay,
and watch
well,
the 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like people were using their headcanon to justify all types of bullshit on there.
Yeah.
So, but for this episode, it's like, you know, I don't blame people for liking it. You know, Danny, like, I'm glad. I knew you were gonna cry, so like, it's not a surprise. and I'm genuinely glad. Like, you know, like Vader's right there with you. He's a blubbering whale.
Oh, nice. Oh,
to this
wow.
stuff.
I'm surprised. Wow.
No, I mean, like he's not shedding tears, but he's sitting there. He's like, I'm so happy right now.
Oh.
You won't be alone.
And you know, most of the people I know, they're right there with him. They were the emotional highs of seeing the old crew do old crew stuff. I get it. You know, like I don't hold it against anyone. For me, I didn't think that the finale was terrible. It's just that all that emotion that other people felt that I wanted to feel watching it was robbed from me by episode 9. And that was my biggest problem with episode 9, is that all the bad stuff that was front loaded into the first 2/3 of that episode robbed me of the enjoyment that most people got to experience with that final scene of episode 9 and then pretty much all of episode 10. So for me, like Star Trek, Picard season 3 gave me hope that Star Trek could get better. And then episode 9 convinced me that it's truly dead and that this was just a flash in the pan and that everything we're going to get going forward is just something that I can't invest myself in. It's just going to be something I'll watch casually, and it is what it is, you know? So that's what really upset me about episode 9, was that it killed my hope for a good future for Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
And so in watching this episode, I didn't think it was bad. Like, yeah, there's a bunch of dumb shit in it, right? There's a bunch of unanswered questions. But those things don't really bother me all that much. What bothered me was just that, you know, that I didn't get to have that high, because for literally weeks, sometimes in some cases months, I've had people who've seen the entire series tell me like, oh, just wait till the last 2 episodes, dude. Just wait till the last 2 episodes. They're going to blow your mind. So it was really built up. And I honestly thought that it was okay. You know, it wasn't something that I hated, but it wasn't something that, you know, impacted me in any significant way. I was just like, you know, it was what it was. It was fine. That's pretty much all I have to say about it. I'm just very neutral about the whole thing. And I get frustrated sometimes because, you know, I'll have these debates with people like the Popcast guys, for instance. And they will pull out every headcanon excuse in the book to justify some of the bad stuff in this season. And, you know, from episodes 1 through 8, I was willing to forgive a lot of that stuff because it really didn't matter. But by episode 9, it did matter, because that was the whole thrust of the finale. And it was kind of funny because in rewatching, so I rewatched episode 9 before I watched episode 10. And there's a scene at the end of episode 9 where they're all on the bridge of the Enterprise D. And Troy has a line where she says, Sydney, whatever Geordi's daughters' names are, and Jack, they're all family too, right? She literally says that. And at the very beginning of that episode...
Alondra. You guys always forget her name. Alondra.
All right, whatever. Then at the very beginning of that episode, that's the same Troy who said, Jack is dangerous. We have to abide by Starfleet protocols and fuck him over and send him to a mental institution. It's like the contrast within the same episode itself. At the end of the day, Deanna Troi is the main villain of the show. It's not the Borg Queen. It's Deanna Troi, because she's directly responsible for sending Jack to the Borg and creating all this chaos to begin with. So like that character inconsistency and the plot contrivances of having Jack go to the Borg, it should have been handled in a much smarter way than it was.
Yeah.
And so like when I'm arguing with certain people and they're like, oh, well, season 2 actually of Picard actually never happened. That's just, you know, you can just dismiss season 2 altogether. And it's like, no, it happened. They've referred to it several times this season. So like,
what is it? Can I ask a question? What are they trying to say? They're saying all the stuff from season 1 happened, but because of the time travel stuff in season 2, it was just a pointless side. Is that like waking up from a dream, the equivalent of that? Is that what they're trying to say?
No, a lot of people are coming up with bullshit headcanon excuses to justify like, oh, the Jaborgi Borg aren't a real Borg. They're from an alternate timeline. And it's like, if you actually watch season 2, which Michael, Danny, we did all together,
right?
Painstakingly.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
The Borg Queen was in that episode.
So they made it a point to say that the timeline with the bad fascist Trump timeline that they were in when they went to the future, that was the main timeline, right? They weren't in an alternate reality. They were in the main timeline, which had shifted, and they had to go back in time to reset the timeline as opposed to just going to an alternate dimension, right? So the fact that people are saying like, oh, the Borg Queen from that timeline isn't the real Borg Queen because she's from an alternate, no, it's all the same timeline.
Right.
Right. So like to say that the Jaborgi Borg aren't the same Borg as these Borg is a lie because
well,
they
then
made
why
it
would
very clear.
Shaw even reference that however he put it, the shit on the Stargazer, or that's like, so he referenced that. So
he did reference
how did they say that two didn't have, see, but these people I know and respect, they should be
no, that's where the Popcast guys use their head canon to justify it.
Okay.
And they basically say like, oh, they negated that by having Shaw say that one line of dialogue. I'm like, no, they didn't. You know, they just excused it. And so like you have these situations here where there are obvious plot logic flaws. If you're going to stick to canon about the 2 seasons that came before, and they reference elements from those seasons in Picard season 3. So they exist. Those 2 seasons exist. But the fans who are so desperate for good Star Trek and like what season 3 has been doing are just willing to dismiss all the inconsistencies and writing flaws that are present because they're giving them the good member berry stuff. And I'm fine with that. Like I was fine with it for 8 episodes, but then like they started betraying their own characters within the same season. And I was just like, that's just a bridge too far for me. I got to call this out. And the minute I called it out, people acted like I had like shot their grandma or something like that.
Well, I mean,
I'm just being consistent about like what I criticize things for.
It was basically the storytelling equivalent of a rug pull, but with an entire episode.
And people forget about all that bad stuff because at the end you have the greatest member berry to ever member berry. Right. You have the TNG crew on the Enterprise D bridge, and you have Picard going like, make it so and engage. And like, you're just left on this huge high that completely wipes your brain of like all the bullshit that it took to get them there.
Here's the problem is that when people like myself were complaining throughout the season that the entire show depends on member berries, and people are like, no, wait until you see the big member berries. And it's like, no, you're making my point. Everything just depends on member berries. Even the finale just depends on awesome member berries.
The thing is like, I don't mind stuff depending on member berries. Like, I actually really like the member berries in this season.
If it augments it, but I don't think it should be the thrust of it.
Well, but my problems weren't really the member berries. Like the stuff that really bugged me were the blatant character inconsistencies and the plot contrivances to get them to where they needed to go, because there were elements throughout the entire season where like it was very clear that the writers knew how to justify stuff. Like when they were at the holodeck, when all the ship had to be powered down because it was on life support, and they're like, oh, there's a special battery for the holodeck for moments like this. It was like, okay, that's great. That's all I need to explain this dumb thing happening, right?
Well, it was already explained in Voyager. I kept pointing that out so many times. Like literally, Harry Kim said that almost verbatim to Captain Janeway.
Yeah, but they do that throughout the season, where they'll just have one line of dialogue to explain something that doesn't make a whole lot of sense in order to justify, like Jack's British accent. It's like, oh, he went to school in the UK, growing up, so that's why he has the accent. So like the writers know how to justify certain decisions. But the whole thing with like how they handled Jack in order to get him to the Borg, because that needed to happen in order for the plot to move forward. I just felt like it was the height of laziness. And
you might as well just said, I need to go there for the next episode.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I need to go there so things can happen.
Can I this is something
hold on, Danny, because I have 3 donations to get to. So we have, first of all, Future Guy with a $4.20 Danny special super tip, and Future Guy, which is Yosef, thank you so much, my friend, says, are you sure it was thyroid surgery and not a colonoscopy? You sound butthurt. Just kidding. Glad you're okay. And again, congratulations on another revolution around the sun and to many more. Thank you so much, Joseph. I truly appreciate it, buddy. And I still think you should be the voice of Dr. Doom. Next
that
up,
reminds me, Michael, before you get to this one, happy
Yeah.
birthday.
oh, thank you.
Glad that your surgery went well.
I appreciate that.
And
as
Danny,
you
I'm
can-
glad you still have your balls. So,
yes.
Thank you. Although,
Well, that's debatable.
fuck you. Well, they're in Cece's purse all the time.
That's they exist. We'll just say that.
Yeah,
He
but
may
they're
not be
still
in legal
like.
possession.
I'm still having to. Anyway, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. And Leighton
Leighton.
with 2.79 Shatners. Thank you so much, Leighton. And says, "Don't worry, Danny. While not perfect, I loved it too." And
You know
by
what?
the way, like Matt, I want to make it perfectly clear. I do not begrudge anyone for loving this episode. If you loved it, if you enjoyed the crap out of it, I'm very happy for you. I couldn't, because they did two things that to me were unforgivable. One, they built an entire series that was just based on nostalgia. If you take away the nostalgia, the storytelling was absolute crap. And number two, none of these characters were playing the characters they played in TNG. And you know, Worf does not stab people in the back. You know, Troy does not get up and walk out on her clients in the middle of an existential crisis. Crusher is not a murder doctor. That's Jaborgi. You know, they none of
A
these
lot's happened in the last 20 years.
Oh yeah, and they even said that, and I'm sorry.
I know.
That's
I
not
actually,
only-
I loved. I like. I know, but I love that moment where she's like, she's
because
showing
not
her
Crusher,
tactical
not in
badassery,
tactical office.
and everybody is like the slow turn, and she says, you know, lots happened in the last 20 years, but
Well,
you know, that is something to take into consideration, guys. I mean,
And by the way, the
like,
Enterprise
you know,
D is not a freaking X-wing.
Yeah, the thing with me.
Okay,
is
no,
that
you
I'm
said that in your
actually-
hot take.
Danny, hold on a sec. The thing with me is that I'm actually jealous of the people who got to enjoy.
I
these
am
last two
too.
episodes, because that's the experience I wanted to have, and I feel like I was robbed.
And
of that.
I
feel
like Brian
genuinely,
from podcast.
I feel genuinely bad for you guys every time I'm super chat. So there you go.
What happened to the?
Is that what you? Huh?
Oh, you
I
took
just,
it.
I
down.
just brought it all
got-
back down to 4.
Yeah, I got confused. by the shit.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so Kadish and I have this all the time, where like because of the way his brain works, and he even explained it in his video, his 30-minute thing on Picard's episode 9, is I watch it and I feel like I'm more of like a feelings guy. So I'm like I'm wrapped up in these like the feelings, and he's an analytical guy because he knows how the sausage is made. So he's looking at, and so like a lot of times, after something like this, and then he'll educate me. I see that, and then like instead of like disliking, like instead of like agreeing with him and then disliking a thing that I liked, I mean that's not a thing, I don't think. I feel terrible that he can't enjoy movies and TV shows and the stories the way people like me can. I genuinely do. You know.
Let me put it to you this way, because I'm more like Kadish, right? And if you haven't figured that out, because you always say
I've
that
noticed.
yeah, and so I'm a very analytical guy when it comes to this stuff, and I can get the emotional high out of stuff, but not if that stuff gets in the way. And so the way to look at it, and I'll tell you, and I know you hate when we go all biblical on you, but there is a biblical reference I'm going to use here. There's a reason for the expression "a doubting Thomas," because there's a guy in the Bible named Thomas. And when Jesus literally shows up in front of the disciples after he'd been executed, and everybody's like, "Holy crap, it's Jesus. How freaking," they're acting like you. They're like, "Holy crap, it's Jesus. How awesome is that?" And Thomas is like, "Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to believe it's really Jesus until I can stick my finger in the holes in his hand and see that those are really that's real." And Jesus said, "Okay, come here." And he holds out his hand, and Thomas sticks his finger in the hole of his hand to feel where the nail went through. And then Thomas got that feeling too. All right. So you can get that feeling. The problem is that our analytical side needs to be fed first.
Right.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Kadish, if you think I'm misspeaking for you. But I think that when something from an analytical perspective gets in our way, it prevents the emotional high. But that doesn't mean that, if they actually this is where, if retroactively, if episode 10 was, say, a 2.5 hour episode and they somehow fixed every problem throughout the episode, I would then retroactively get the emotional high for the entire series.
Yeah, the thing that people have been telling me since I started complaining about certain things, that they're like, just wait for the rest of the episodes. Right. All your questions will be answered. I'm like,
especially from Brian.
Yeah, especially from Brian. But
I will agree. There's a lot of questions.
Danny, let me finish, please. So that there's the situation here where people will tell you, okay, everything gets answered, because in their heads, they use headcanon to fill in the gaps. And for most of this season, like I'm not as hardcore as you, Michael. I will forgive certain bad writing, storytelling elements if I'm having fun, right?
Well, I think because I'm more of a Trekkie than you. I think
that too. But even stuff that like when I was watching Game of Thrones, I was a hardcore book lover, and I was nitpicking every single thing. And at a certain point, I was just like, okay, I have to just let go, otherwise I'm not going to enjoy it. And so I'm able to divorce myself from certain things. But the thing that killed me with the season of Picard was that I got invested, right? 8 episodes, the first 4 episodes of this season, I was like, oh man, this is awesome. That was like a mini movie, that them escaping, the nebula and stuff like that. That was so cool. I loved how Riker threw a fucking asteroid at Vadic, and so after the 4th episode, I was riding this high, and I was like, oh man, this is a genuinely good season of Trek. And I didn't feel like the episodes after that were quite as good, but I was willing to give it the benefit of the doubt. And then by the time we get to episode 9, I'm like, wait a minute, there's something seriously wrong here. And the finale was fine. They did everything that they needed to do. But at the same time, I'm sitting there, and after episode 9 dropped, before episode 10, I was I think I was giving Shane a hard time from the podcast. And I was like, well, why doesn't Q just show up if we're just ignoring everything that happened before? Why don't we just have Q show up and snap his fingers and fix everything? And then at the end of this episode, I was like, oh, okay, guess I wasn't too far off on that one.
Yeah. Why didn't Q just show up? Q does show up. And by the way, Blaine the Keto Klingon, I need to acknowledge a super chat there. Danny?
Super chat.
Says justice for Titan. I agree. Renaming the Titan the Enterprise G. I know we'll get to that, but that pissed me. That left the show to me on a complete FU moment. That really I didn't like.
I'd like to hear your guys' thoughts on this real quick. Sorry, Danny, didn't mean to interrupt you. Where was Data's daughter? If this is all about family, wouldn't you think that instead of sitting there with Troy, he'd be reunited with his daughter?
Yeah, and she go off with the Traveler.
No, that was Soon's daughter.
That was Soon's
daughter.
Yeah, Law was probably at the Daystrom Institute.
Well, he downloaded Law into him, and then her body was sent.
No, I think he's talking about the chick from
the daughter from season 1.
Law.
Yeah.
Right?
No, that's not Law. That's Soji.
Yeah. Remember there was an entire season based around her.
Yeah, we can take a neuron and make an entire person out of it.
Earlier, I was just trying to something Kate was saying earlier that I agree with. That I didn't realize, so I'm wrapped up and I'm all emotional. I'm enjoying it, but afterwards, there's still a ton of questions that aren't answered, with Vadic, with the talking hand, with all kinds of things. But I didn't even think about those kind of things until, because I got so wrapped up in the it almost became like these new questions didn't matter to me because the old ones. But it did bother me because you're right. There are tons of video of those dudes saying, "No, all the questions are answered. Just wait for it." It's even when I would ask specific questions that they knew there were no answers to because they've seen it all. They're like, "Oh, wait, it's going to be answered." So there are still valid. And I don't know if that stuff got on the cutting room floor or it just they got high on their own Kool-Aid as well.
But I think Matt's right in that and so I'm not calling Brian or Nerdrotic or anybody else that says all your questions are answered. I'm not calling them liars. I think that they have forgive me for saying it this way, a form of self-delusion where they're thinking the questions were answered because in their mind, like
you're saying the same thing as Kadish, yeah,
their head canon filled in the gaps, and so obviously the reason, and this is the way people will say it. Obviously, the reason for X is Y. Well, it might be obvious to you, but that doesn't mean it's obvious to everybody.
Yeah,
and that doesn't mean it's the only explanation.
And you have to take into account that, like, when you're critiquing like a piece of television or a visual medium, right?
Somebody's at my door. I'll be right back.
You can only go off of what they give you. So if it's not on screen, it's headcanon, right?
Right.
Or like if you're assuming something happened in order for what's on screen to happen, you're Schrodinger's cat, right? Like you're in the box. You're either dead or alive. Like it could be anything. But the only thing we have to judge stuff based off is what they give us on screen that we can look at concrete. Like, do you remember your first season critique of Picard, Michael, where you basically broke down how 10 Forward was all wrong on like the opening 10 minutes? And it's like you could see like where they zoomed in and like how it was not where 10 Forward was supposed to be. And you pointed that out. And that was an obvious flaw. But like, if they didn't show that, people could be like, oh, you're just making that up because 10 Forward could be anywhere, like it's, you have to take what they give you and base your critiques off of what they give you. And anything that's not on screen that you just assume happens, that's just headcanon. You can't justify that as a reason for why stuff on screen happens. Like, for instance, I have a headcanon where with Vadic's hand, her hand as the marked woman had Borg nanites in there. And so like she had to just keep them isolated in her hand. And when she wanted to talk to the Borg Queen, she just cut it off. But they don't talk about that at all in the show. And so I can't justifiably argue that. I could just say like, well, that's kind of how I thought it would work, but they never answered that question, So,
but then, and here's what would happen is if I were arguing with you, I would say, but wait a minute, then how did the Borg Queen remotely cause her intense pain and break down her physical form?
Yeah. I mean, like it's all kind of like you can't just make up an excuse and say that's what happened,
right?
Without the show justifying it for you, without the show confirming your suspicions. And so like that was probably my biggest issue with the series at large, is that they would take these liberties where stuff would happen and maybe the showrunners had like some notion of why things happen, but they didn't tell the audience. And so when critics rightfully point this stuff out, and then the defenders are like, oh, you're just upset Shaw died, so your criticisms are invalid.
Yeah. By the way, I defended you on that this morning on a live stream. People were saying that Kadish is just upset that Shaw died, and they said no. Kadish is not upset Shaw died. He's upset in how Shaw died.
Yeah, like they had a number of episodes where they could have built up to that moment, up to that death. Shaw was sidelined for a good like 2-3 episodes. Yeah.
Well, Shaw should have died the way that Paz did in The Mandalorian, in my opinion. That
I didn't even know that character had a name.
Yeah,
like I felt like, number one, Shaw's death wasn't done well, but it was also too close to that Memberberry moment where like I'm still trying to process this character dying,
and then all of a sudden, hey, look at this,
and then all of a sudden, like, hey, be happy, like this is a great moment. It's like, no, you either need to do that at the end of episode 8 so that it had like some lasting impact, or you need to do it early enough in episode 9 so that it didn't ruin people's experience of the end of that episode.
Yeah.
And John and Brittany know Discovery and Strange New Worlds have not touched the Borg, and probably will not. Well, Discovery could, but Strange New Worlds probably will not.
I hope they
I wouldn't put it past Goldman. No.
I would say it's unlikely, considering that they're trying not to do blatant, unless they say the R word, which I do think they should reboot. unless they say the R word, I think they're trying to avoid absolutely blatant contradictions. They're stretching the limits of canon sometimes, but I don't think they're trying to.
But I had a lot of people come to me and be like, "Oh, how'd it feel to get destroyed on your own live stream when people broke down your arguments?" I'm like, they didn't actually answer any of my criticisms. They just told me why they thought I was wrong, because they were, even Critical Drinker, he was like justifying certain things that he liked.
Critical Drinker.
I like a lot of his content, most of his content.
Yeah, he's great.
I think he's very smart, but the problem with Star Trek, and Mike and I
we
were
went
watching,
off on this.
we were
watching
watching, and we were on our own, just like on a private voice line or video line, and we were watching you guys go at it. And when he went woof whatever,
359,
yeah,
but
I mean,
he
that
said
was
wolf whatever.
Yeah, but he says woof whatever. It's like, I get it. He's what, a decade younger. Well, I think he's 10 years younger than me, let alone, I think you two. I know Mike is older than me. So he doesn't have the investment in Star Trek. So people who do have a bit of an investment in Star Trek on the longer term, from when it actually aired, they're going to be a little bit more aware of that kind of thing, and that might affect things. And I just want to spin that around a little bit more, as a bunch of the comments that you were just making, Matt, made me think one of the biggest dangers is going to come out of this whole series with Picard, and especially with season 3, with what they've done as far as being flippant about a lot of things, is if they actually get people interested in Star Trek enough to go back and watch back catalog, if they haven't, it's going to start making them ask questions.
Well, I'm of the mindset that if this season spurs more good Star Trek, then it's a net positive. My whole thing about it is that I was enjoying this season up until the very end, and I don't hate this season, even with like my issues with 9 and 10. The thing that killed me about 9 was that it just made me realize that I think that Star Trek as it currently is beyond saving. Like, there needs to be like a hard reboot.
Yeah,
we need to go, but the reboot needs to be with like entirely new characters, and we need to stop going back to this well and destroying the stuff that came beforehand. So until we get some leadership in the franchise that actually kind of forges a new path and creates a situation where fans are allowed to actually like love Star Trek again, it makes me sad, because I don't think we're going to get anywhere going forward. It's just going to be more of the same, either mediocre or bad.
And let me ask you this: when you say entirely new characters, because I may have a disagreement, but a sort of agreement with you. Do you mean like literally we're going to have Captain James Smith, or do you mean like we can have a Captain Kirk, but he's nothing like Captain Kirk that we've known before? Because I have no problem with a reimagined, like, for example, look at the Lost in Space 2018 compared to Lost in Space 1964. And the character, the family unit is the same, but the individual characters are all radically different.
Well, the thing is that we've got different versions of the original series characters right now, right? We got 3 different Kirks.
Right, but they're all trying to be the same characters. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that we've gone back to this well numerous times already. And in order to move forward, we need to detach ourselves from what came in the past and let that stand, and then move forward with new ships, new characters.
Put it to you another way. Battlestar Galactica. Same character names, same character positions, totally different characters.
Yeah, but Battlestar Galactica is a different situation here.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying, because I think that would give a certain level of familiarity to the universe, so people would know kind of where things are.
I disagree, because basically, so we've got the original TV show, right? Then we got J.J. Abrams movies, and now we've got Strange New Worlds. Like, they just keep recycling the same eras and giving us different versions of the same characters. So we've already had that scenario of like the reboot, right? What I'm saying is that in order for the franchise to become healthy again, they need to let that stuff stand on its own and move forward with something new and different.
Right.
And I don't mean like radically different. I just mean like it can be set in the Star Trek universe, but we need to let the legacy characters stay legacy and stop rebooting them.
Okay, yeah. So I agree, but that doesn't even require a hard reboot. For that,
Well,
you
no,
can
just look
set
at
it in a
look
time
at TOS and TNG. You're basically describing TNG.
Right. Well, I'm saying you could set it in a time frame and location that have, like, for example, set it 25 years after Undiscovered Country. There would be no legacy characters, no direct connection to any other Trek, and the only thing you would have is a general framework of what the technology looks like.
That's one way to do it, but I would argue that basically anything that has been established as prologue, so like with Discovery moving 1,000 years in the future, everything, behind
that's
it.
the problem. Discovery so far in the future now, you can't do because if you go post Discovery, you're just going to have space wizards at that point.
Well, so my argument is that anything that you do that is technically set in the past in the Star Trek universe, because we have Discovery 1,000 years in the future, is going to be problematic. Because you have all these canon issues. So unless they do something where they merge all the timelines together and they do like a hard reset where it's like, okay, all this stuff happened this way now, and we're just going to move forward using the scenario. Anything short of that is just going to continue to muddy the waters.
Okay,
I think I did I think the point that you guys were making with my video was about Vulcan, and they're like, well, this is the prime timeline.
Yeah, but Vulcan was not destroyed in the prime timeline.
But the thing is like my point was that we don't know what timelines these shows are in. Like in seasons 1 and 2 of Picard, I kept asking, what timeline are we? Is this the prime timeline, or is this a timeline after the Kelvin timeline? So like the show makers, the people running Star Trek have never bothered to address this, right?
Here's an idea, and you tell me what you think is, and this is just a quick 10-second, hot pitch idea. You do a Star Trek temporal Cold War show where things get out of hand in the Cold War, the timeline gets completely destroyed, and then we start with a ship, doesn't matter what era, pick an era, any era, and a ship, any name, any crew, new characters across the board who are somehow made aware of this whole situation. And the overarching story, which will never be resolved until the series is ended, is to somehow restore the timeline.
I mean, that's fine. That's a very.
I'm just saying that would be a way to do something totally new, not have to worry about any canonical issues because the timeline has been crunched and crapped on. And they can even say the timeline has been crunched and crapped on. And that way they can make up historical events. And when people say that's not how it happened, well, it did in this messed up timeline.
I mean, I think that probably something easier would just be to say every time Discovery jumped using the mycelial network, it created a alternate. So like instead of them showing up in their own dimension, it was a slightly different dimension. And then they just say like, oh, the prime dimension is still there. It's still just as we remembered it. And all this stuff happened in an alternate universe. And so like,
right, but then you
just
have to
ignore
somehow explain that in your show or in your,
I'm willing to watch an episode or two where they explain that stuff.
I know you are, but your casual watcher is not going to be like, what is this crap? Yeah, I'm just thinking of what's a conceptual show that could pull people into a large threat, because this is a universal level threat that can be an overarching story while also going out and exploring strange new worlds.
I'm interested in knowing what the threat on the other side of the transwarp butthole is that Girardi's protecting everyone from.
Oh,
remember at the end where she said there's a threat on the other end of that thing, and we're going to sit here and guard you from it.
I can tell you exactly what it is. It's the Death Star. The actual Death Star. It's a galaxy far, far away a long time ago. And the Borg got a glimpse of it, and they're like, hey, we can do that. And then someone at Starfleet got a scan of an X-Wing and said, hey, let's incorporate that into the Enterprise D. And dang, we got season 3.
I actually think it's the Space Cthulhu from season 1. I think I think that's what they were setting up. Yeah, I think that's what they were setting up with that. But then, like, once they were like, we're gonna fuck off for season 3 and give it over to Terry, he probably just decided it was better to ignore it.
Yeah, I think the problem, if I'm understanding, and this is, I'm the normie, by the way. If you haven't figured that out, Matt, I am absolutely the normie on the panel. I'm the audience.
He's not. Yeah, he's not a hard Trekkie.
Yeah, I'm a consumer of all this content, but I really, really love film and TV. I think the issue that that from where I sit on the receiving end of this is not just with Star Trek, but with so many other franchise IPs, that people took the safe route too often, and safe typically means sloppy, and they just cheapened things to such a degree that unless you do something nearly white sheet and just pretend nothing else exists, people just won't watch. Like, even if you have, as a really big example, even if you have The Master, you have Ridley Scott come back and he does 2 Alien movies, and then that's it. And then everyone's like, this franchise is dead. Because he manages to be on his bad days on both movies after a string of bad movies in the Alien and Predator franchise that just tainted everybody's opinion, and they're done. They're not going to make anything new out of that because no one's going to trust it. And you can kind of see that in a few other things, and yeah, I mean, I mean, like, this all stems from bad leadership and bad creative choices, right? Like, we had a situation with Discovery, which was supposed to be the big return of Trek to TV. And we had Brian Fuller, who was kind of leading the charge, and he was butting heads with Les Moonves, the head of CBS at the time. And so he got quickly marginalized, and they handed the reins over to 2 showrunners who had no idea what they were doing. And I don't even think they liked Star Trek. Then you have Kurtzman come in, and Kurtzman's one of the biggest hacks in Hollywood. It's very well known that he's like very talentless, but he came from, the J.J. Abrams incubator, Bad Robot, and he had his name attached to a lot of big time successful franchises. And so basically anything he said goes, and he brings in Akiva Goldsman, the guy who almost ruined Batman and got an Oscar for it. So you just have like a series of really bad creative leadership at the head of Star Trek. And, Michael Chabon, he's this Pulitzer Prize winning novelist, but he can't run a TV show to save his life. So, you just have this continuing series of creative heads who don't know what they're doing and don't respect the franchise. And they just, as long as they're able to produce something and get it on the screen, it's considered a win. The difference with season 3 of Picard was that you actually had a guy in charge who was a fan of the show. And he wanted to do all the stuff that fans had wanted to see since Star Trek Picard was announced. And he just so happened to luck into a situation where the bad creative leaders didn't care anymore, and they were busy doing other stuff. And so he could pretty much do whatever it was he wanted. And so that's what season 3 of Picard gave us. And that's really, most fans are happy with that because they're like, oh, this feels like the stuff we remember. This feels good. And, like, I didn't mind it. Like, even like I had criticisms for pretty much every episode in the series, but like at the same time, I was like, compared to what we were getting, this is like a billion times better. Right. And but the problem was that every time they gave you that emotional high, that memberberry high, you instantly forgot about like all the bull crap that they were basically, getting away with. And admittedly, it's much smaller compared to the other seasons of Picard, but at the same time, it's still there.
So real quick, got a $1 super tip.
Super tip
from Bird O Prey 5, and it says, and I can't do my Bird O Prey 5 voice. I apologize. I'm just in too much discomfort right now. It says, "Hello world, it's Bird O Prey 5, Kapla. I can confirm the rumors that I am the Klingon in the Strange New Worlds trailer. Spock and I are having a drink right after we performed a drag show on the Enterprise." that would be the best episode of Trek ever. I'm just saying. Which, by the way, you may not have seen the video, but do you know who Bird of Prey 5 is, Kadish? Okay, he's a friend of the channel, but there's actually a Klingon from the original series that looks remarkably like him, which is hilarious. But anyway, so now we should probably.
I have to run, but I just wanted to pop on and say hi and let everyone know that Michael and Danny are going to be on our Saturday live stream.
Yes,
the OG Picard crew, breaking down the finale, and looking forward to having you guys on there and talking about this more. But I got a billion different things I got to be doing right now.
No, for sure. And I'm looking forward to it too. I think it'll be a lot of fun, especially since it'll be one of those rare occasions where Vader and I are going to agree on something. It sounds like. So.
And I will tell you this, Kadish, because I know people think I'm just been a hater. I'm not. I do love Trek to the core, and I don't hate this show, even though I've been very negative about this show. But as preparation for Saturday, I'll tell you guys right now, and I'll repeat it later, but I'm not doing a stream tomorrow night. Because I want to rest my voice and be prepped for it, because talking a lot does hurt. And B, I am going to binge the entirety of season 1 again tomorrow.
Season 1,
you do that to yourself.
And so, because you know what? I want, and this is a genuine experiment. I want to see if watching it the way that people like Brian and the others that have been just talking about it like it's the second coming.
Are you talking about binging season 3?
Yeah, season 3. Sorry.
Okay.
Binging all of season 3 tomorrow from beginning to end, so that I can experience it the way they experienced it.
And I'm doing that after we're done.
And so, because I wanna see if it does make a difference as far as feeling like it's more cohesive and all that, when I don't have to wait a week for the mystery box to be pushed back another 60 minutes, because I think that's one of the big frustrations for the series is like when we get the end of the episode that says, "So Jack, I'll bet you want to know who you really are. Wait till next week," except next week we're not going to even talk about that. We're going to wait till the week after that, And so, but if you're watching it and the answer is given to you 60 minutes later, that's a big difference. So I'm wondering if that will enhance the viewing experience. So I am doing that tomorrow. I'm going to try to, and I'm going to do something I also hate doing. But for you, Kadish, and the rest of the Salty Nerd guys, even though you totally dissed me and didn't let me come on for the season, I am going to do this for you guys. I'm going to take notes.
Oh, wow.
Oh, right.
And I hate writing notes. I'm dyslexic and I have MS. And so taking notes is both physically and mentally painful. And yet I'm going to do it just for you.
Well, I appreciate that.
So I expect big ass super chats the next time you come to. So, especially after those mammoth super chats you got last week. Holy crap.
Oh man,
you guys might have paid like $5,000 in super chats.
Dude, even Critical Drinker was like, "This is crazy, man."
Yeah.
Vader's face.
He has like 10,000 concurrent viewers, and he was impressed with our super chats.
Yeah.
Vader's face looked like it was ready to melt off. He did not know what to do.
It's quality over quantity for sure,
I will tell you this. I was so happy for you guys to get when I have a couple of times had lives, like this was a couple of years ago, had live streams where for whatever reason you get a few people that have money that are feeling generous, and all of a sudden in one live stream you make like a couple of grand and you're like, holy crap, how did that happen? And it's just such an incredible feeling afterwards.
And very supportive community.
So that I was so happy for you guys to have an experience like that. I don't know.
I mean, we should point out that Moneybags Danny down here gave us like $100 one stream.
Well, Danny still owes me about $19,000. So he's laughing.
I've given you a few big ones. I know, but I still, I throw you a few
and
balls.
right down to 19,000.
Well, it was funny because after the stream, Danny comes to me and he's like, "Hey, if it turns out I do have cancer, can I get the refund on all those super chats I gave you?" I was like, "Nope, sorry, buyer's remorse.
Yeah, all sales are final.
All sales are final."
Just kidding.
All right.
Oh,
so
right on.
with that,
Well, thanks
Gator,
for.
thank
yeah.
you for gracing our studio. Well, Lot Studio. You guys have a studio. F you. Thank you for gracing our not studio with your presence. But because it's always a pleasure to have you on. By the way, if you're interested in it, next week we are going to talk about the season as a whole. If you want to come back and talk about it a little bit.
Next week is going to be really busy because we got all the Nerdrotic and Geeks
Yeah.
and Gamers people coming into town.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. You guys are too big for your britches now. I know.
Well, I mean,
now that the big boys, all the people that used to talk to me and disown me are talking to you now. So
and disowning us. Yeah.
So
all right, guys. Love you all. Thank you for having me on.
Take it easy, buddy.
Bye.
Yeah. See you, man. That was fun. I did want to say, and I hope he's still here. I wanted to, Keith from Pop Culture Minefield. This is his first time checking me out live. If you're still here, hi Keith. And okay, see, Keith agrees with me on season 3, buddy. We got to get together and talk Picard because everybody here. I mean, the hatred got a little lighter, but yeah, I agree. Yeah. Right on.
Yeah, but
thanks for joining.
Said, season 1 and 2 was just bad. So saying it was just bad, that's like saying Hitler was mean. I mean, that's like.
Oh man, talking right to the Godwin's law.
Yeah. So I think that Keith has is kind of showing the problems right there. All right.
Yeah.
So let's get into this thing because we have 30 minutes left, and we haven't even started talking about the episode. I assume that since Danny is going to be gushing, he doesn't mind going a little long. But I don't want to, break poor Jason. All right, so we start out with a shot very reminiscent of the opening.
Oh my god! Oh my god! The only thing I was waiting for was the space.
Now, believe it or not, I actually preferred it with the ominous music.
Oh yeah, no, I did. Yeah,
I really. So here's what's funny, is this, even though I really stopped liking the show.
What?
Oh, them's fighting words.
Ooh,
oh no! Wait a minute. No, Galactica 80. No, Galactica 80 was terrible.
Galactica 1980. That was. You ever seen it?
That's mean.
Have you ever seen that, Jason?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
It's what made me doubt that that reboot of Battlestar was going to be any good at first.
Yeah.
And there's no way it's that bad, Deej. That's just no. Like,
dang.
I still generally enjoyed.
Yeah, Potts, go and come back and watch it after you've seen the episode because I don't want it spoiled for you. It's got some decent stuff in it that you wouldn't want to know ahead of time.
No,
considering I know you've been enjoying the series.
Yeah, I enjoyed myself watching this episode. Although for me, it felt like
God, man, the first 60 seconds of this episode are just gorgeous. I wish
it was smartly put together, and that's the thing. They knew exacly how to play.
You skipped all the beauty shots. What'd you do? You jumped.
We're an hour and a half into the live stream.
Yeah,
we're not going to sit there.
We could just summarize by saying that, like what they did in Mandalorian, they put down some of the very best modeling and CG that they've ever done in the history of Star Trek.
Right.
And it was absolutely ship porn of the maximum.
So now we do start.
Or go ahead, sorry.
So we start out with a transmission from Anton Chekhov, the president of the Federation. I will say this. This is the only moment in this episode that almost got me.
Because it was Walter Koenig? Is that why?
No, because it was Anton Chekhov.
Oh, because of Anton who played
because
Chekhov.
of Anton Yeltsin. When Anton Yeltsin died, I did cry. That was such a tragedy for some kid that young who was that talented to go like that. And so for them to do this, I thought was really cool. And yes, to get Walter Koenig to do the voice, I thought was really cool as well.
Yeah.
But I did. This is the one moment that I will fully admit, credit where credit is due, that got me, and that was appropriate. I thought
this is good track. This is really good track. This is
right. This is Memberberry done right.
Yeah. This is excellent. I was very happy with this as well.
Yeah.
The first shot we got on Enterprise D.
Okay, we know you like the Enterprise D. we get it. You like the D. You want the D. You want more D up in your face. I get it.
Danny, next week have all kinds of pictures of the ship, and we'll just do a slideshow for the first 30 seconds. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Get a bunch of frames, and then we can string it together, and we can run it as the opening montage.
You know what? If Danny, if you're nice, maybe I'll make a complete ship porn intro for you for next week.
You had a pretty good one this week. Yeah.
No, but like imagine the intro being a clip from every ship porn shot of this season.
Oh my God!
All the beauty passes. Yeah, do all the beauty.
Okay.
Passes.
Oh my God!
So be nice, be nice,
okay.
and I might do that for you. Okay.
I'm being nice.
It's going to take some work, but I'm willing to do it. All right.
I agree with Tokyo Trekker. Yeah. Yeah.
I disagree, Tokyo. I don't think you have to like the ship to like the show, because I'm living proof of that. I'd never liked the D, and I still like the show. So I just don't like the architecture of the ship, you know. I will say that seeing the crew on the bridge like this is weird, because I think that it would have been more effective if they weren't all wearing black. You know, like if their uniform colors looked like their uniform colors, because the only one that's even remotely close is Geordi, and even that's not, you know, because even that's muted.
Well, the Picard's the only one that could have gotten away with because of the whole, you know, retired admiral.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like this.
But yeah, otherwise,
everything on this ship is supposed to be a giant Memberberry. If they were wearing their original colors, that would have been freaking awesome.
Yeah, I think. Well, the biggest mistake, and this is I've talked about this before in earlier episodes, especially because of the lighting, and that's that super ultra dark crimson red for the command red. That was a
right, because it looks like Picard and Riker are wearing black.
Yeah. But other than that, I mean, yeah, this is okay. I'm going to bring this up because this is spot on the money to what I'm going to say. Is Keith says showed Kurtzman how to actually create entertaining Trek. Now, one of the things that's definitely not untrue in this is that they were
a lot of people found it entertaining.
They were able to make the scenes, even if the continuity was broken, not the consistency, but if the continuity was broken, didn't matter. The scene on its own worked well, because there was a couple of times where I got the old dust in the eye in this episode.
I would agree,
because they really know how to put that part of the storytelling to film.
Although I would ask you a question, and I know I'm not talking about shot composition here, so don't talk to me about camera angles and shot composition. I'm talking in universe. Answer me, aside from the fact that she read the script, why is Dr. Crusher not sitting at Troy's station?
Don't know.
Because that's where she would typically sit if she was on the bridge.
But Troy's around.
Right, but there's also, and we do see in this, is that contrary to what some people said, there are the little seats off to the side of either of those.
Yeah,
So they-
there's 5 seating positions.
Yeah, there are 5 seats there, so she could still be sitting there.
Unfortunately, I would have to say it is because of shot
Yeah,
composition.
because she knew she was going to be taking tactical.
Yeah.
But you know, I don't, you know, I get it from a shot composition perspective. This is a better shot than if you had 3 people sitting down. However, it makes no sense in universe that she would be standing there, because that is somewhere that Dr. Crusher just wouldn't be.
No, but that's the risk you take when you've got you've got the D in the show for such a short period of time. And there's no question for me, by the way, that pretty much all of the acting interactions are just, it's what actually causes most of the more potent scenes from an emotional perspective to actually work. Because, you know, Theta and Geordi in particular, again, those guys, look, LeVar and Brent are just cranking it.
Yeah. This shot here, I also want to, and I know this is has nothing to do with Picard season 3. This is just a TNG thing throughout, and in fact, a Berman era Trek and onward problem that I have with ship design. And I'm not talking about the fact that this is the fat one. I've talked about that, and that's an obvious problem. I'm not going to complain about that more. But I am going to say I do not like the second generation onward of Trek warp nacelle design. And the reason being that if you pay close attention to
beautiful ship.
Huh?
He's just saying it's a beautiful ship.
Oh, yeah. We know you like it, okay? You don't have to tell us you like the ship. No, and it's not that the nacelles are below the saucer, Stanley. Listen, it's the blue glowy bits. That's what I'm going to complain about.
Down the sides?
If you pay attention in Star Trek the Motion Picture, and you do have to pay attention, the internal sections of the warp nacelles glow blue when the ship is at warp. Yeah, and like I said, a lot of people don't catch that, but go back and rewatch the theatrical release of Star Trek the Motion Picture, and you will see it.
Okay, I just want to acknowledge the chat. I've got like a little bit more people than normal who you know, we're just not pointing out stuff that they're saying. I almost wonder if you're doing that on purpose because they're praising the show.
No,
I'm not in charge of that. Jason is.
I'm
okay.
driving poorly.
And Jason has pointed out people that agreed with you.
Well, Sirstus, thanks for joining the chat, man. I totally agree. Like, there was this shot on Twitter that one of the set designers put where he like inlaid a picture from the same angle of the original 80s ship.
Oh, they absolutely did a wonderful job.
And this recreation. And oh my God, it just was so good.
I will totally give them props for that.
Yeah, and then
you know, I'm not going to sit there and say that they did a crappy job from a technical perspective on this show.
But Keith points out something too, because I was listening to you regarding your problem with her placement, and yeah, this is something that like I wanted to mention to Kadish, but like I guess he wanted me to save it for his show on Saturday. You know, she even says the line. You know, a lot. Lots happened in the last 20 years, and you know, so yeah, she's there because you know Worf is leaving, and you know, like okay.
And,
so I don't know.
And the problem is that people use that same excuse for everything that's as far as character assassination in the show. The problem is it's that a lot's happened in 20 years, but Crusher went from being a complete total pacifist to a let's shoot them while they're down. And vaporize DMFers and pump action phasers and tactical officer and all the Crusher is just the badass of badasses now. When before,
and what's wrong with that?
Because she's the opposite of what she was. It's not that she's characters learn new things.
So you know, I mean, that is so true to life.
No, it's not.
If
so
you,
true
if
to
yes,
life.
it is. If you met me when I was 17, I was a Bible thumping Christian bear, like God fearing, I was a completely different human than I am right now. Completely.
I would dare say you
That
might
happens.
just because you were a believer in God doesn't mean you were a completely different.
No, I
person.
mean, no, it's not even just that. Just lifestyle, like things, interest, whatever. People do change. We're the sum of our experiences, and she was taken out of. I really don't understand why people don't get this. Like, I think they did a very good job of like psychologically finding out where these people would be 20, 30 years down the road, and it made a lot of sense. Like, I love what they did with Worf. I love the relationship.
Really, you love the idea of a Klingon fighting without honor?
So yeah, and I'll get into why, because basically he was like an assassin at this point. An assassin sneak up on people and kill them because it's just more effective. The only thing I will agree with you and Kate Sean is Troy. And it's not because she's so different than she was 20 years ago. It's because they betrayed, like they did a 180 on her character within the span of 2 or 3 episodes.
No, but you know what? A lot happens.
Doesn't make sense.
No. If
No,
you're going to
no.
use the excuse, I will too. You know what, Troy?
No, 2 decades is a lot different than 2 episodes. You're talking about 2 hours versus 2 decades.
Time.
Okay, man. So now you're just being unreasonable.
Well,
no. I think it's unreasonable.
Swords are fun. Swords are fun.
I got to jump in here and throw my 2 cents in.
Yeah, go ahead, Jason.
So I don't think that she's different. I think she's wiser due to circumstances that she has been thrust into over the last 20 years. What I will say in support of criticism
what Jay says
of this is that the issue is not well handled in the storyline. We get a really goofy setup and then a bunch of singular facts that are the motivators for why did we end up in that scene.
I'm trying to let me see.
Yeah,
I was trying to get the
good Lord. I thank you for at least pausing it on. It's not as good as the shot I was hoping you'd pause it on, but damn, it's a beautiful shit. Sorry.
So if they had have spent less time with some of there we go. Yeah. If we had spent less time,
but I'm going to move it. I'm going to keep going, but I'm going to rearrange this shot here.
Then we would have probably had a better setup. It would have made more sense. But within the 10 episodes and the content that we were given, in the same kind of way we could complain about in The Mandalorian, how they blew nearly an entire episode in episode 2 of the season.
Yeah.
There's a lot of space.
How's that look, guys?
It looks all right.
Yeah. That way, when you bring up a chat, it's down at the bottom.
Exactly. Guys, there you go.
So yeah. Am I? Okay
I thought the
with it?
symbolism was the ship is beneath you, but no, your logic makes better sense.
Well, the way it's lined up, it's directly beneath him.
Yeah.
Well, if you want, here, Danny. This way, you can literally have your dick on the D.
Oh, I can't believe you went there.
So yeah.
For you this one time, I'll give it to you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, does it seem like a stretch? Only because they didn't deliver it to us properly. They had enough elements in there that if they had to stitch them together better, stitch them together better, then it would have been way more believable. But what we got was clunky. It was not exactly explained. It required too much of the audience. And this is where you get this debate about whether or not someone can be quite as different as they are from what you're used to seeing.
See, I can respect your very pragmatic approach to things and your reason, whereas some men just want to watch the world burn.
I think the problem is he'd like to watch the world not burn, and to him it already is on fire.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's the problem.
To quote,
I can't see the forest through the trees. Okay, yeah.
to
So,
quote Captain Shaw, the world is on fire.
Yeah.
yeah.
So that's my blanket statement for most of the character differential, except of course Deanna Troi. That was just wrong. They just didn't know.
The problem is I can understand character growth over the span of 20 years. But you know what? This is a problem with a show like this. Then you need to show it. You don't need to just say, oh yeah, things have changed, and so now we're going to have totally different characters just played by the same people with the same names. Instead, and this is what, by the way, they attempted and actually, I think, well, not flawlessly, they did an adequate job of with Picard in season 1, with the flashbacks to him and Rafi trying to salvage the Romulan fleet.
Yes,
and why Picard was so butthurt over Starfleet, and why Picard was becoming so cynical, and why and stuff like that. Now, they didn't cover all of the problems, but at least they tried to establish why Picard was no longer the pro-Federation gospel guy.
Yeah.
Now,
I just have to say, I never thought of this. I got to slip this in because it is funny. There are 4 lights.
There really are. I see them.
Large lights right there. Now we
Just
know
right in the front,
which, by the way, is 10 forward.
No, that's
not off to the freaking side.
Oh, you mean from the first season? Yeah,
I think 10 forward's right beneath it, actually. But you think those 4 lights are 10 forward?
No, it's on the edge.
I'm not sure which 4 lights you're referring to.
Those 4 that he just circled. No, those are those. Right there.
Those are windows.
Those are the 4 lights. No, the windows.
Yeah, but they're lit up.
Yeah,
right.
10
but you know what? In
expires.
episode 1 of Picard, this was 10 forward.
Oh, that's a mistake. Well,
yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's what Kadish was talking about before when I broke it down. This being 10 forward was complete and utter BS, because this is freaking 10 forward.
Well, not that one, but straight up 3 more decks. But
yeah.
Well, I think 10 forward is actually technically right here.
Right there on the brim, yeah. So
best seat in the house.
Which, by the way, answer me this. Again, in universe, not talking about shot composition.
Sure.
Why are all the lights on?
I know. I was actually thinking that. They're only on the bridge. Why are all these lights on?
There's 5 people on the ship. Why are all the lights on?
You can actually ask that for literally every single episode of TNG.
No, because in most episodes of TNG, there's over 1,000 people on the ship. There's 5 people on this ship.
Guess what?
Yeah,
the math has already been done.
No, I know the Galaxy class ship is huge.
Is so big that
no. I can counter that, and I will argue for things that actually make sense. My argument is that despite I don't give a crap about non-canonical books to say this is the layout of the ship. I say all the exterior windows are things like crew quarters, mess halls, rec decks, all the stuff where people go. The interior areas are workspaces like engineering, sick bay, and stuff like that, which means that what you're seeing is people at home, kids at home, parents at home, whatever, in their quarters, right? And you're seeing people eating in the mess hall. You're seeing people on the rec deck or in the gym doing stuff like that. And so, of course, it's spread out because not everybody, does the entire outer hull is lined with quarters and deck and crew decks and stuff.
Yeah, but it's still way too big to even account for that.
Well, the ship is bloated and dumb looking.
So,
but as it stands, the fact is, every single ship we see in everything from Star Trek has lights on it.
Right, and really, we shouldn't have windows on ships at all. But
not quite like the way that we do. But yeah. So
that
nitpick is unfortunately not a Picard series nitpick. That's really one that's only applicable.
Yeah,
on the
you
Bronx.
answered the question with your
But the thing is,
question.
it takes it to the ludicrous level, and that there's 5 people on the ship.
I actually agree with you, and I had that thought, but then it was like, well, it's just because it looks more beautiful this way. So it was because of the
but
shot.
you know what?
So
Picard's going to say, "Hey, go ahead and turn on all the lights so it looks good when we show up for the Borg."
What up, LD?
We want to impress them. I mean,
yeah, we'll get to this, Bird. Don't worry.
yeah, we will definitely get to the size of the Borg cube, which is beyond stupidity. Yeah, and I did hear a little bit of your rant on that on your video. But yeah, what were we even talking about when we got to the shot?
We're getting
Let's
lost
we're
staring out the windows here. So
we're going in nitpicky world.
Yeah.
And
this
here
is
we have
cool.
the same shot we've gotten 8 million times on TNG, except we didn't get the little guy running around behind, like, how there's always that one guy walking from window to window. We didn't get
to make it look that way.
I would have thought, man, what an opportunity for a member berry to have someone walking there.
Like,
and better yet,
no.
Terry Metalis.
Have someone walk, and the backstory on it is some poor janitor got stuck on the ship.
Yeah.
They took off with it. They had no idea that they needed to get off.
All right, so they're approaching Jupiter right in front of the red spot.
Good God, that's look at that! Look, just from behind,
it's really
almost.
You know what? Honestly, I don't know why you're so impressed. It looks better than TNG, but it doesn't look as good as like a lot of the stuff we saw in Mandalorian. To be frank, it looks.
No, it's
good.
more of it's a nostalgia thing for me. I like, of course,
Right.
I'm gonna like be affectionate to something. I was 8 or 9. 8.
And then Picard's like, "Where's my applesauce?" And so they're looking for his applesauce. And
then there's just all kinds of.
Actually, let me go back. I want to see if we can get the shot. Let me remove for
antenna.
a second. So, no, not the antenna. I want to find a specific shot. Bear with me a second.
Yes, Bondage Brittany, we are very, very boring. And listening
We're
to
boring?
Mike,
Is that what Bondage
and listening
Brittany
to Mike talk on painkillers is like drinking mother's milk.
Wow,
Because,
dude.
I'm yawning as well. So
F you, dude. Why don't you go?
I'm just kidding, man. Did you read the Bondage Brittany? Even though the emergency engineering hologram Brahms ladies are tied into sensors and can see in the dark, they are programmed to look pretty, which requires light.
Yeah.
I like Stanley.
Yeah, we need. I like that they're all like literally looking out the view screen to try and find the Borg. as opposed to scanning.
Kronos is great. It's been a long road getting through this stream.
Wow, jerks!
Our fans are roasting us. It's good. It's fine.
We're getting
Bunch of jerks. You're all fired unless you give me money.
Where's the video?
I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to find it.
Through there. You could.
Yeah.
All right.
I just don't want to play it while it's on screen because then, copyright bots get mad.
Yeah.
And let's see. Oh, I think I didn't go back far enough. So let me start over again. I apologize. Danny, why don't you talk about how awesome you think the Enterprise looks for a second?
Oh, I will join him in that. I'm sorry. Like this was.
Well, but I think that the Mandalorian cruiser.
I don't even care. Honestly, for me, within the universe of Star Trek, it's the best looking Star Trek ship that we've ever had on screen, big or small. It even looks better than.
Oh, I disagree.
It just looked. I don't know. The only one that I would back off on would be the original ship porn pass of TMP when they go to collect the ship to go chase V'ger.
Oh, that is. I don't think anybody's ever topped TMP.
But that's
and I don't know that it's even possible.
Like they.
All right,
Yeah.
here's the shot.
Okay. Oh, all right.
All right.
So-
So from what I can ascertain, this is the Borg ship.
Really?
Yes. You see it?
Yeah, but really, that's supposed to
Well,
be. the
that's where
Borg ship?
Picard is pointing. And notice what he does is he then, so after Picard points there, and Data zooms in, we get this.
Okay.
All right. So based on that, this Borg ship dwarfs the Death Star.
No, because the spot on Jupiter is about the size of Earth.
No, it's
So
bigger
it's-
than Earth.
No, not by
I'm
much.
Pretty sure.
It's
Let's
big.
see.
It's a big spot, but it's not that much bigger than Earth.
I thought maybe I'm thinking of something else. I looked it up. Okay, the spot is 10,000 miles across.
Yeah, which puts it a little bit. Well, on the oval side, yeah, but on the narrow side, it would be.
But you could, well, we could calculate the size then. You're right. It's not bigger than the Death Star, but it is ridiculously big.
Yeah, it's non-trivial different in size from a classic 3x3x3
Yeah.
kilometer cubed.
And first of all, got a couple of super chats, and Danny seems to have just disappeared.
Super chat.
Well,
Oh, I
two
guess
from
he didn't
Aravic.
disappear.
They're both from
Because
Aravic, so
turn
we'll
off
start
his
with the
camera.
newest one.
Probably because he's doing something he shouldn't be doing. Or is he?
I don't know.
Danny?
So, you read the first one?
Yeah, so, well, the first one's over here.
Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah.
Says, Cooney glad to Keaton salty trekker. I'm sure that's like Klingonese.
Yeah, and then here's the other one.
I'm sorry, my Klingon is very rusty today because of the surgery. I apologize. Heck, it's your birthday. Why not with another $5? Aravic, thank you, buddy. I truly appreciate it because you missed it earlier probably. My daughter got me a PS5, so I'm going to need lots of super chats so I can get Ratchet and Clank. So I want to play that game. All right, so are you around, Danny?
Yes,
Okay, what are you doing?
I'm eating.
Well, why are you eating? Eat after.
Because we've been on this stream for 2 hours.
2 hours.
Yes, and I'm not eating. Get over
You
it.
keep turning it on.
All right, so everybody's like sitting down and, hey, let's all sit in a nice symmetrical pattern because cameras. And they even lined up symmetrically color-wise, except for Worf. That's kind of funny, actually. All right, so here we get a shot of the actual size of this.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Enterprise looks like a gnat compared to that thing.
Mm-hmm.
But this is somebody that was involved in the story making that is just stripping a page right out of JJ's influence on Secret Hideout and everything. Sorry, because this is what this is. Like when I realized how big of a thing that they were pulling up to,
it actually does look like the Kelvin timeline. Yeah,
this is just going to go into complete supercilious. This was the point for me where I'm like, okay, now it's time to just let the episode wash over me. If something moves me again with like the little sniffle tear, let it happen. Otherwise, this show just entered like because it was no, you don't make things more perilous by simply making them bigger.
Yeah, and this is unfortunately something.
Well,
And
it needed to be this big for the end to make sense. The part that Salty hates, where the Enterprise D can maneuver around like it's that small.
Yeah.
Well, it is in relation to the size of the thing it's flying in.
Now, you know what's comical is as we talked about a little bit yesterday when we were going all over the place. I actually have no issue at all with starships in Star Trek flying around the way that they do. And I was thinking about this a little bit, and I've realized why I don't mind it. Because if you do mind it, then you have to mind every single time they go to full impulse power. Because every single one of them should be a squashed berry at the back of the ship. Because they're going from not moving to stupid in an instant.
Right.
And if you can do
Isn't
that,
that what inertial dampeners are
exactly.
for?
Well, because full impulse in the original series was able to go warp 0.8.
Yeah, it is fast. And even if you look at some of the stuff we've seen in other Star Trek, at the least, it's a quarter of the speed of light. Which is,
and I know some people think that I'm full of crap about this whole thing with the Borg cube size. So just for reference,
well, all we have to do is keep in mind that the D is some 700 meters long or 680 meters long.
right?
But
people will say, well, did they actually say it was 3K squared? And it's like, what, well, technically, yes, first of all, they did. But even if they didn't, here is a picture of the Enterprise D right in front of a Borg cube.
And
I mean, this is almost an
scale,
inverse picture of the same shot.
Yeah.
And this new Borg cube, the mass of one of those spires is greater than the mass of this cube.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And that's stupid.
Yeah, so for me, that's why everything after this point, short of the really well constructed scenes, I was just like, all right, it's time to just
turn off the old brain.
Yeah, it's time for Fifth Element.
Yeah.
Well, it is science fiction, guys. It's make believe.
Multipass.
Make me feel something.
Oh, hey, look, I mean,
but you know what?
I've got no problem with going into silly when it's.
I have no problem going into silly as well, depending on the franchise. Star Trek, though, is not a make it silly franchise generally. Yeah, that's more honestly, and I'm not degrading anything. That's more Star Wars, and I love Star Wars. I love and adore Star Wars, but Star Wars is space wizards and magic laser swords and the Force.
Yeah,
it's nothing about Star Wars is supposed to be realistic.
Well, how about we reach into a completely different franchise we don't talk about very often? But Danny, you actually mentioned it yesterday when you had to go off camera for a minute, and that's Farscape.
Yeah.
Farscape, yeah, there's a silly one.
Farscape is a very silly show that I actually really like. I very much enjoy that. So
there is a place for silly, but there's also a place for tonal consistency.
Yeah.
And this is not tonally consistent.
No. This Borg cube is the Picard season 3 equivalent of the Narada.
No, this Borg cube is the Picard season 3 equivalent of Mega Maid.
I suppose. Yeah.
I mean,
he went from suck to blow.
Yeah.
She did.
All right, and then it comes out. Look, and then
like it's ludicrously oversized. I mean, okay, I'm gonna just this.
I think it's 100 kilometers easy on each axis.
Oh,
man, we're getting
if not, it's at least 50.
Yeah.
So short of this being a headcanon style statement, but the only reason that this thing could be this big is after Janeway ruined the collective, if the Queen basically took all of the Borg ships and made a Borg ship.
Gorilla's Random Thoughts, thanks for sticking with us for a couple hours, buddy. We appreciate you.
Hey, Gorilla, take it easy, buddy.
See you, Gorilla.
Go die in Minecraft or something. And so, this is Mega Meg's Roomba. And then we get the opening card. And part 10, The Last Generation. And with a name like The Last Generation, you would think that the Borg should win. Because The Last Generation is like, oh, okay, This is the
Well,
end of.
the way I took it was at the end of this episode, they practically hand the keys over to new people, and from their point of view, that was the last generation. Now we're the new next generation. Like that's kind of how I took it.
Yeah,
I
but
like
that
the
would be
symmetry because the first episode of this season was called "The Next Generation."
right,
You
but then
know,
this should be like the third generation.
I mean, I don't know. I
It's
get what
not
they
the
were trying
last
to do. I liked
generation,
it. Well, like okay,
unless they're
let's
referring
say
to
let's say you
Picard's
have
generation.
let's say you've got Jack and oh gosh, I remember Alundra's name. What's the other one's name? That's hilarious. Crash LaForge, that chick.
Mhm.
The pilot. I forget her name for some reason. What if
Sydney.
they're
There we go.
talking of? Thank you, Sydney. So if Jack and Sydney are talking about Picard and crew, they could refer to them as, well, that was the last generation. You know, we're the next generation. That was you know, you could say
Okay.
blast instead of previous. I don't know. That's just how I was taking it.
All right, well, it still seems silly to me. And then we get Battle of Stupidity.
Yeah,
Which,
that
by
was
the
just
way,
like the laser light show.
yeah, and I'm going to disagree with Bird. He mentioned this one on his and Bird, since you're here, I'm going to disagree with something you said. You said, "Oh, we haven't seen a battle like this since the Deep Space Nine days, and Deep Space Nine did better." Well, I'll agree with you in part in that Deep Space Nine, while those battles were not exactly brilliantly choreographed, they did do it better. However, we have seen battles like this before in Discovery. In fact, we've seen two battles like this in Discovery. We saw one in the Battle of the
Well,
Binary Stars, and we saw another
I
one in
don't.
the season 2 finale. And so, and I don't care if you don't like Discovery, Danny. It doesn't
No, I was
matter
gonna
if you
say
don't
I
like
don't. I don't
Discovery.
watch it. I don't even watch
I
it,
know,
so I can't get
but
the
I
frame of
get that.
reference.
But I know that Bird has seen it.
So,
Oh,
so the
okay.
easy way to describe it is, especially the season or closer for season 2, they parked a pile of starships in a circle, didn't move, and everybody just shot at each other.
Right.
And then
And
all of
by
a
the way,
sudden, they all
why are they even
disgorged a
so
bunch of
close to
tiny.
each other?
And then they just started disgorging a bunch of
Yeah,
little pew pew fighters and stuff.
is
Are they
that some
trying-
kind of Easter egg thing? Like, what's the deal with their formation? Is there any kind of meaning behind that?
I
or-
haven't seen anything yet.
Yeah,
haven't
and
seen
then,
any
I haven't
information
seen
for that.
anybody decode what the formation's supposed to mean. Maybe it has some significance, but I haven't bothered to try to figure it out. That being
Yeah.
said, I think that this formation is total crap, because why are they so close? We know from canon that a starship has a range of at least 200,000 kilometers with its weapons. They
Yeah.
could have fired at space dock last episode.
Yeah, they didn't have to move.
Yeah.
But this is a shot composition story.
I know, but it's not even a well composed shot.
No,
This
no,
just
I
looks
know.
like a
but
bunch of
it's
dots and lines.
like the funny thing though is if we were going to watch within the bounds of how Star Trek works, it would be like and I'm never going to get the episode name because that's just not what I do with Star Trek episodes.
Balance
But
of terror.
the TNG episode, that excellent one when Miles O'Brien met his old captain who was convinced that the Cardassians were up to no good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So in that shot, they had a tactical layout up on the main display, and they could see the O'Brien's captain's ship. Again, it's the little details I don't bother with memorizing them. He's heading towards them, and the big perimeter for weapons range is on the overlay, and they nuked the Cardassian ship from way far away.
Right. And that's what we should be looking at. The wounded, says Chief Cook. So, but yeah, what we should be seeing is like tactical displays and maybe close-ups of individual ships as they're firing. A shot of Stardock just getting pummeled with phaser fire. But
Hey, so This is a client. I'll be back.
go ahead.
But, I mean,
I know.
I told him after 5, so I'll be back. I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah. So
Um,
in that same right, though, the unfortunate part is if you're laying this. Well, actually, the funny thing is you don't like this movie that I'm about to mention anyway. You should actually be tearing a giant strip off of First Contact as well, because as much as that whole
Oh, yeah,
fight
the
against
way
the
they
Borg
did the battle
was
there.
absolutely cool to watch. That whole
Mhm.
scene against the Borg cube at the start of the movie is the same idea. There's no
Well,
reason.
yeah,
for you
I
to
have
beat
said
up
that
those.
about that battle.
No, I know, but I'm just when I say you, I guess in this case, it's more like those of us who do actually like the movie, even for all of its issues.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is just, it's not composed well in universe, and it's not composed well as a shot, because honestly, this looks more like a Tholian web than like a battle.
And yeah,
Yeah.
see, this is one of the biggest problems is when they make things canonical, this is what you end up with, is you end up with the inability to tell a story on TV.
Right. Now, as far as, yeah, and the photon torpedo range, as crazy as that sounds, remember, photon torpedoes can travel at warp.
And, well, they try
Yeah.
they have warps. Yeah, I'm going to go into nerd on this.
I
'cause
know,
this I
you
did
know, but
remember.
they have warp
Yeah,
sustainer.
they have warp
Yeah.
sustainers. So if you fire them at warp speed, they'll go while you're
Right.
at warp speed, they'll go for quite a distance. But even without that, they still have their own little engine, so they can go a long way.
Right. Where phasers dissipate over time because they're energy-based weapons.
Yeah.
And 300,000 kilometers is still plenty of range for, and even in the original series, they established in canon a direct hit with a photon torpedo at 80,000 kilometers with Nomad. And that's, by the way, a 1 meter object,
Yeah.
Suck on that, Luke Skywalker, who had to convince people that it's not impossible to hit a 2 meter object at a distance of about 10 yards.
Well, that's why I love my Star Wars, for its ability to have artificial intelligence and yet the inability to
Eyeball
have
everything.
high quality targeting systems on anything.
Yeah. All right. So here's a shot of the fleet. And again, yeah, I think about this. One well-placed quantum torpedo could disable 3 or 4 ships.
Oh, maybe more, depending on what
Yeah.
kind of a weapon is used. Yeah.
This is like the dumbest possible formation. The ships should be equally spaced out, and they should be spaced out far enough so that if a warp core from one breached, it would not affect another.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this, like, everything about this whole thing with this
Yeah.
fleet formation and this configuration and all of this nonsense is nonsense.
Yeah.
But that's why I say, like, when I saw how big the Borg cube was, that was the moment for me where I'm like,
Mhm.
all right, it might be
And-
first thing in the morning, but it's time to get the popcorn started.
Well, and my problem here is that, and besides the fact that, just arguing about nitpicky stuff, here's my problem from just an enjoyment perspective. Like if I was just turning the brain off and trying to enjoy a silly actiony show, is I know that a lot of these ships are absolutely gorgeous up close. And how many of these ships do we get to see up close? One.
The F, and that's it.
Yeah.
Well, the F and
No,
the,
not even the F. We're talking in the battle. The only ship we see up close is the Titan.
No, that's true. We get pretty close to the F, but we don't get the same kind of passes as we get with the Connie
Right.
3.
But if we had up close beauty shots of a dozen of these ships through the battle, and they were spaced out, so we got to see an Akira class just unloading, and then the camera follows the volley of torpedoes across the vast gulf of space, and then impact on the shields.
This goes into you saying that if anything, this episode should have been more like 2 hours and
right,
filled a lot more. Well, gave us more content that was more appropriate, kind of like how we were cheated of a starfighter battle in Mando yesterday, and then also give lots of runtime to be able to actually answer all the other crazy things that
Yeah.
never got answered.
Which I did hear watching some videos on Mando season 3 that there were some post-production issues that came up, and that is probably why there was originally going to be a battle, but it had to be cut.
Dope. Okay.
And so, like in a reshoot, they added that line where Bo-Katan says, "We can't beat him in space."
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, which is too bad because that could have been freaking awesome.
Yeah.
But anyway, back to this show. So 7 of 9 and her motley crew of old people.
I love, there was something that just kind of made me laugh. And that's where, for me, I was like, okay, no, I'm going to just enjoy it, even though there's lots of things that I don't like about this way more than even well, I guess technically I could say there's a lot more issues in this than there is in episode 9. But this is where I was just like, okay, I'm going to just enjoy this because it's like the grumps are going after the kids.
Yeah. So the Grumps are coming up to the bridge. And I know this is something Bird mentioned in his rant, and he is 100% correct. All the people on the bridge that we're looking at in this shot are assimilated. So why are they issuing orders?
Oh, that bugged me even in episode 9. It's you know what it is people do not know how to tell stories.
Well, but here's the stupid thing is that because I know Terry Metalis is a Trek fan. I get that. People don't have to tell me that over. It's okay. People don't have to tell me that over and over. I get that. Terry Metalis is a Trek fan, and I'm not suggesting he's not. But that being said, you can't tell me he's never seen an episode of Voyager. Because in Voyager, they very effectively showed the Borg on their ship, and you would just hear the voice of the collective narrating basically whatever it was doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so all you would have to do is show the shot of the 3 of them sitting there, and then you would hear the collective saying, USS Titan still on loose, target and fire, or whatever,
Sure, yeah.
That.
Yeah, well, I mean, they pointed out that these were being cannibalized, though, so maybe they didn't, they were just kind of meat sacks.
Hard, Just before you got back, I made the funny observation that when Seven and company jumped into the turbo lift and they were getting ready to take back the ship, that it was like the Grumps versus the kids.
Yeah, the Grumps. Remember from
the TOS? Bonk, bonk on the head.
Yeah. And so even though Seven, of course, had the moral quandary a couple of episodes ago about blowing up the turbo lift when the changelings were on their way to the bridge, I guess everybody forgot about that and just let Seven and her gang come up to the bridge.
I'm not sure what to do with that. Maybe they unsabotaged it afterward or whatever. I don't know. But yeah, it definitely can be considered a possible inconsistency.
Yeah. And so they take back the bridge by magically turning phasers into transporter guns by magic. And I'm sorry, that is freaking space magic.
I didn't mind it for one good reason, and that's because in Nemesis, Data had the tiny little micro transporter thing. So I'll
tell you this: I don't have a problem with small transporter devices. I have a problem with the idea that with a couple of modifications, you can turn a phaser into a transporter device. That's like me saying, "Hey, give me that 357 Magnum," and then I make a couple of adjustments and then pull the trigger and it spray paints my wall. It doesn't work that way. It's still a gun.
Never underestimate a Starfleet engineer.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but it's still a freaking gun. You're limited to what's in it. Now, if they came up there with some kind of funky looking piece of equipment, like think about what Jack did when he bluffed Vatic. If they did something
with the
if they did something like that, and like they came up with some kind of grenade type of thing and they chucked it and all of a sudden they all disappeared and they said, okay, did we vaporize them or did it work?
But the tags were being fired as physical projectiles. This looked like they were getting hit by
And those
yellow
were not
phaser
Federation
hits.
technology.
No, that was the Sona.
Yeah. So I have a problem because we see the phaser fire, we see the phaser bolt hit, and then we see them materialize in the.
Now that was the one thing that I did get up to the point after supper, watching Bird's video.
Mhm.
The part that actually was dumb was everybody materialized in the transporter booth at literally the exact same time.
Yeah, despite the fact that they all got shot at different times.
Yeah, that.
And by the way,
sense.
if you can make magic transporter guns, why not have them materialize in the brig? Just a thought.
Yeah. Like
You
I
know?
said, once I saw the Borg cube, it was time to let the show wash over me.
I mean, this is going to be, yeah. I'm not going to be writing notes. I'm going to be writing a freaking novel tomorrow.
I present.
I don't. Yeah, I mean,
a-
I don't know. I don't know if I can even show up tomorrow. Like this is
Sunday.
Well, not tomorrow, Saturday.
or Saturday. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's exhausting.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go episode by episode and you know,
Start making notes. But remember,
Yeah.
you got to focus the notes towards episode 10 because the weekend.
right, because I know where it's going. That's
yeah,
the
but
thing.
episode 10 is
Yeah.
is supposed to be the subject matter for Saturday.
All right, so Jay mentions a Romulan shot at Sloan and he beamed out. Sloan was a Section 31 operative and he had weird Section 31 tech. These guys took standard phaser rifles and by teching the tech, made them into transporter rifles.
Okay, we
That's
get it.
some
You're
BS.
just
You don't like it. I know.
You know,
you
I'm
said
sorry.
the same
that-
thing 3 times.
Yeah, well, I'm just answering what was said in the chat. That is some massive BS. You know, you don't change the basic function of a piece of equipment like that. All right, so then Mr. Goofball here, Mr. Goofy Goof.
I think they tried to play this for laughs, but this was just
it just fell flat.
this was just dumb.
Yeah. This felt like, well, wait a minute, I'm a man and I can't do anything. That's what I mean. Honestly, I can see Phantom Menace people saying that. And I'm wondering if you put there just for that.
The funny thing is my complaint is nobody gets into Starfleet without going through all the Starfleet things.
Right.
So all of his excuses were stupid.
Yeah.
Like he's not the blue guy with the line down the middle of his head.
And again, I'm sorry, I got to answer this because you know me and TOS. Bird, no, they did not turn their tracking chips into phasers in the one with the German bad people. They removed the crystal from the tracking chip and held the crystal in front of a light source, which created a phaser-like beam that melted the bar. That is what they did, and they described exactly what they were doing. They didn't just like say, oh, let's turn the tracking device into a phaser. They destroyed the tracking device to get a specific part out that would work one time to emanate a beam. And they used a different power source, namely the light in the room. That actually made sense. Yeah, why do they need a cook when they have food replicators?
They watched way too much Voyager.
Plot.
They watched way too much Voyager.
Yeah.
That's why.
And notice he even looks almost reminiscent of Neelix. Like he could be Neelix's son or something, you know. He's like,
yeah.
You know, but yeah, this character is like he's the Wesley Crusher of this series. They set their frequency, the phasers to frequency 5012 and set their transporter to lock to anyone covered in 5012 energy signatures. You know what? That's probably the best explanation I've heard. You win the golden turd today.
Instantly transport anything with the following ion signature.
Yeah.
All right.
5012.
Cook face here.
All right, so there's a great shot. Look at those eyes. But yeah, so dumb cook face is now the official. And by the way, he's the freaking pilot. And then do you see the maneuvers they pull off? Why is he not replacing every pilot in Starfleet?
I know. I didn't make any. Yeah.
You know,
just trying to play things for laughs, and then they don't think
right.
about
But
how
then
it
you make
affects
him
the rest
really
of the
cool,
story.
good at it. He should not be a good pilot if he didn't even finish the class.
Yes, Kronos.
Cook face.
Hey, it could have been Taserface.
All right. So, meanwhile, back on the engorged cube of doom, they're trying to figure out what to do. And, Picard's like, well, I guess we're boned. And they say, well, wait a minute. Since the Borg decided to use open source code this time around, rather than try to hide their signals like they always have in the past, we'll just use their open source code to track down Jack. And that way we can locate Jack. And if we can get Jack, then they can't transmit, because all those transmitters on the Borg cube won't work if they don't have Jack. For some reason.
Yeah.
And yeah, Jay, apparently he's a better pilot than Tom Paris. So first of all, their plan makes no sense, because why wouldn't the Borg Queen be able to transmit without Jack? Why is Jack necessary to this plan at all? If really all they needed was Picard's DNA to get the stupid DNA thing in everybody. And they didn't need his body for that. Since they put the DNA in Picard, they know what it is. So there was no need to recover his body in order to put it in the transporters.
Well, I think I mentioned this to you offline sometime, so I'm going to make sure I restate it here. The biggest plot hole in this entire series, this entire season, sorry, is this whole business with Jack's the sender and the stuff from Picard is a receiver. Because if that's the case, none of the people that got assimilated can do anything other than follow orders and never be able to report what's really going on, which also means that Jack couldn't have telepathically controlled people, because he wouldn't be able to see what they were seeing, because they don't have a way to send back to him.
Right.
So this whole show falls apart on one single problem, which is why I like to say that you got it at this point in this. I'm like, whatever, let's just keep watching a show. It's got some really awesome, heartwarming things that, I absolutely appreciate for what was trying to be done. So I like it for that. But
so Picard says, okay, guys, you know what? We got to stop this transmission no matter what it takes. Which, of course, means they're going to set auto-destruct and ram the Enterprise into the Borg cube, destroying it completely, except that it doesn't. Instead, it means they're going to beam over to the Borg cube, which they think has millions of Borg on it, and try to take on millions of Borg with 3 people that are all collecting Social Security.
Martin.
Yeah, nothing works if you can't do Jack. That is 100% true. And that is the plot of this series. So they beam over to the Borg cube, and they find that the Borg are dead, or mostly dead, as a certain famous person would say. And because the Queen is eating them. What do you think of that, Danny? Queen's eating.
I mean, she's slowly draining their life force. What
does that mean?
It means, just over time, she's zapping. She's probably like on a cellular level, just sucking out their life force until they're basically, I don't know, goo in their little black sacks there. I don't know.
Goo and black sacks. That's
the easy hand wave for me is no one ever explained precisely what the outcome was from the crazy virus from Voyager. So I'm fine with whatever weird, crazy stuff they
But
do.
you know what? Then, and this is the funny thing about this to me, and where I think that the writers, in some places in this series, writers did good. In some places in this series, the writers did embarrassingly bad. This falls into the embarrassingly bad category because here's a wonderful time for them to clarify what the virus did.
Oh yeah, well that goes back to what I was saying about Crusher
You know.
too, like, and comparing it to Mando season 3. There's lots of stuff in this season that didn't need to exist in Star Trek
Right.
in the Star Trek season that they could have used for a lot better purposes, and they just didn't.
Right, and I was genuinely curious because that's something I've argued with people.
Which, by the way, I have to say this. I
Mhm.
know he's not here, and maybe Thomas will watch the stream later. But Thomas given me the gears a few weeks ago about me wanting stuff to be more
Spoon-fed,
earlier explained in the season. Well, guess what? Because you didn't do any of this stuff earlier on, you have zero time to explain it now.
right?
So,
But for me, I'm thinking about, like, I've argued with people for years about, are the Borg still a functional threat to the Federation after Voyager Endgame?
never answered properly.
Right. And so, yeah, and so that's a genuine question that I've wondered. Yeah, she's on a protein diet. That's a genuine question I've had since the end of Voyager, which was a long time ago. And this would be a golden opportunity to explain it. It would seem that the answer is no, but at the same time, based on Crusher's thing that the Borg were heard from a decade ago, maybe the answer is yes.
Maybe.
I mean, I don't know.
Alex.
Yeah. They all serve the Queen. Yes, indeed. Kind of like Canadians.
No, she's dead. We serve the king.
Now they serve the king. Jack. Maybe see, that's what this is where Patrick Stewart got his whole thing. This is all about Brexit. They switched over to the king. So
yeah, he's all bent out of shape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Picard's like, okay, guys, you know what? F you. I can take on the most powerful villain in Star Trek history by myself. My 130-year-old butt is going to be like just fine. You two go ahead and like do whatever. I'm going to go kick some butt and take some, it's like, I am here to kick butt and drink Geritol, and I'm all out of Geritol. That's that was just like the dumbest thing for them to, that's like some Scooby-Doo levels of dumb. Hey guys, we're in a lot of trouble. Let's split up.
Oh yeah. Oh, classic split up. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, and then Crusher and Picard are crying because we got to find Jack.
Peril, yeah.
Yeah. And then we find Vox of Borg.
Yeah.
Who, surprise, surprise, has the exact same costume as Locutus.
That actually I thought was really dumb.
I'll tell you this. I was okay with it if the idea was that the Queen wanted her counterpart to look like she really liked the design of Locutus, and so she was trying to create Locutus 2.0. However, where I have a big problem is, of course, later in this episode where they just apparently rip the face part off without even the help of a doctor.
Yeah.
And whatever. So then we finally get the big reveal of the completely jacked up Borg Queen. So what did you think of the jacked up Borg Queen, Danny? I'm curious. Since you're being really quiet. I know you feel like your show is being crapped on, but come and voice your opinion. What did you think?
Well, I know that this actor is not Alice Craig, I believe is her name.
Yeah,
But
Krieg,
Right. She's basically lip
Alice.
syncing.
Yeah, she's doing the voice. I don't know. Last time we saw, I get so confused when I have to think about Picard seasons 1 and 2 because of time travel, and even with Voyager, because it's been a while since I've watched Voyager, but if I remember correctly, it was future Janeway that came back and sacrificed herself to basically destroy the Borg,
Yeah.
which allowed younger So is there like a time paradox if Janeway doesn't go back and do that? That's one question.
No.
But wait a minute, who was the Borg queen that Jaborgi beat or whatever? Like which queen was that? Is that supposed to be the same one from Voyager? Which is the same one from First Contact? I mean, I don't know the answer to these questions.
Let me say this. This is another thing where with my writing issues, this is something that people, and this, Danny, nerds have been fighting over one Borg queen or multiple Borg queen since the introduction of the Borg queen, right?
Yeah, but it's never been addressed, and like Kadish was saying,
and this would have been a golden opportunity to address it right here.
I agree. So here's I just took it because they were using the actress's voice, and that was important enough to them to do. That this is meant to be the same Borg queen from Voyager, because it was already set up that the Borg queen in Voyager was the same one from First Contact. So if that's the case, I could kind of believe the queen looking like this, because in Voyager she was falling into
pieces,
falling
she's
apart.
Yeah.
Pieces of her body, her body was just falling apart. And so, and then I guess in my head, again, head canon, like they should have explained it, but by this point, I was already bubble snot crying that I wasn't thinking about stuff like that. I just was like, my brain took for granted that this was the same Borg. Yeah, no, and I'm thinking about it, man. I wish they would have, but in my head canon, I guess in the moment, I took that this was supposed to be the Borg queen from Voyager. But is the Borg queen from Voyager the same one from Picard season 2? Then, I mean,
well, is there more than one Borg queen?
Is there more than one Borg queen? I mean, they just freaking tell us, man. So I don't know.
I know when I first saw it, I was like, someone got a little bit too much H.R. Giger in their Star Trek.
Yeah, I think they did go a little overboard with the H.R. Giger kind of look, because it doesn't look enough like the Borg Queen. It looks a little too much like an H.R. Giger creature that was mutated.
Yeah.
I think that you can kind of see elements of the Borg Queen, like with the hairstyle, but even that is not right. So what I honestly think they should have done was taken and let's face it, they've got the artistic talent. Take and make a mold of Alice's classic Borg head and create a prosthetic based on that, and then mess it up.
Yeah.
But unfortunately they didn't do that. But all that being said, this scene created my biggest problem, and this is probably my biggest problem with the entire episode is this scene. This scene started opening up mystery box after mystery box after mystery box that will never be answered.
No.
And so it's like, oh, great. So now I have 17,000 new questions, and it didn't answer any old questions. So thanks. That's all right. And what is that she's even mounted to?
So
this is why for me it looked like a giant H.R. Giger.
Yeah, it looks like she does look like a bastardization of Palpatine and the alien queen.
Yeah. Well, if you've ever actually seen Giger's actual artwork,
oh yeah, it does look like
screams of his actual artwork.
Yeah.
So you're gonna say, Danny?
Oh, because of how, like, in First Contact, it was established how, like, they would drop that torso into the fake body.
Yeah.
Right.
To me, this just seemed like this was just kind of like a port.
Really terrible
Just-
alternative.
Yeah, like just like this is like, I don't know. I just saw it as like maybe it's the main port at the central hub where,
Which,
at the end of the-
could have made sense if you had the machine drop her into it.
Yeah, which I'm surprised they didn't do that, or maybe it was a budgetary. See, I don't know, man. I don't want to overthink it because I want to watch this again and enjoy it one more time before Saturday.
Before all of the joy is watched.
Hey, don't worry, you and Vader will be crying together and hugging, and so. Are you going to be at their studio?
No, because they both stream from home on Saturday morning.
Oh, too bad, because I was going to say you could sit in Vader's lap and just.
I would have loved to. We would have had a lot more fun, like bouncing off each other in person for sure.
Yeah.
But
Okay, and here is another really, really stupid moment where Rafi apparently forgets that the NCC 1701 is the Enterprise, despite being such good buddies with Picard that in season 1 they established they were like best friends.
Not just best friends. She was his first officer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and called him JL.
Yeah.
But she didn't know. So NCC 1701D? And it's like, she doesn't know that's the Enterprise? Really?
yeah, I'll give you that. That was like what I think that was more for dramatic effect. For
I
the
know,
audience
but
or
that was.
something. But it was still. It was. I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one for sure.
Yeah,
if you had any, you could have had one of the random crew members do that, and
that would have been. But yeah, exactly. Yeah. Maybe that's just to show how many brain cells she killed from doing drugs, because I can totally relate to that.
Like, actually, this guy here, Chief Cook, should have done it. Which, by the way, Chief Cook, this should be your avatar moving forward, is this guy.
Yeah, this is now Chief Cook.
This is your avatar. This guy right here.
Cook face.
Yeah. He is officially Chief Cook. And so
is this her raw? Yeah, it is. This speech literally gave me goosebumps. I'm not gonna lie. Like her performance, I literally got goosebumps in the moment watching it. So,
from Jerry Ryan.
Yeah.
I thought honestly, I thought her speech was generic, but that's just me.
Oh,
I like her acting as 7 of 9. And she's always worked. So even when it's clunky, I still enjoy it.
Here's where she gives the rah like,
well, yeah, it's your classic, captain gives inspirational speech to get the crew motivated, despite the hopeless odds. I get it. It's a very Trek moment.
Well, and I think it was acted very like, I think she did a good job, in the performance,
Yeah.
So much so, like I said, okay. But of course, by this moment in time, I've probably been crying 10, 20 minutes. I don't know what minute mark we're at. So that has effect on physiological
20
responses. Yeah. So.
But you see, here's my thing is that this scene is like your soft pilot for whatever that series is going to be. And to me, if this is what that series is going to be, I'm not really interested. But I'll watch it because it's Star Trek. Because I will fully admit, Paramount, take my money. I'm gonna subscribe to Paramount Plus as long as I have the money to pay for it, because I am a diehard Trekkie. And so if it has the Star Trek name on it and it's official, I will watch it. That being said, Chief Cook here and the rest of the crew, nothing about them inspires me. And what color is this uniform? It's kind of a grayish.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's just like this boring gray.
Yeah, which makes sense. I mean, he's just a cook, and his words, by the way.
I don't know if we could do this on the stream. Is that still not a copyrighted song?
Yeah, I don't know. You're welcome to try. I don't think that the way Danny sings.
Have a happy birthday, you. We'll have a great day too.
You've been to a
You
few
never heard that
restaurants.
version? No, that's from Blue's Clues.
Oh, is it?
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah.
never watched Blue's Clues.
Everybody say it's hey the Blues special day. Happy birthday. That one's probably even more copyright.
It probably, Nickelodeon's gonna show up on your doorstep now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks. Now I'm gonna get copyright struck by Nickelodeon.
Yeah.
All right.
Stanley, that's interesting. I would love to know if she did, because if she did, I actually wouldn't mind it.
Yeah. Oops.
What? If she?
No, the yeah.
Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. The chat.
Now, I will say this about this particular beauty shot of Titan. Titan looks
Got a tight
heck
ass.
of a lot better than the Enterprise D.
It's
it's got those traps.
So,
it is, man. It's got like traps. If you look at it from the side, it's neck, and it's got like trapezius muscles.
I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the engineering hull, because I do think it's too wide. That being said, I think that it is it's the nicest looking ship we've seen come out of Generation 3 Trek, except for the Enterprise on Strange New Worlds.
So I'd say, and that is why they rechristen it at the end of this episode, spoiler alert, to Enterprise G. Now, I guess there are two kinds of people. Yeah, see, I was about to say, there's two types of people on this planet, apparently. People who think that's an insult, and people who think that's like the greatest like love letter honor ever. And I fall in the camp of, I loved it, man. I loved it, But I'm a sucker, apparently, for this stuff.
Yes, you are.
It's almost 6 o'clock and Cece's still not home. I wonder what's going on. That's weird.
She probably is like, he's probably still talking about the show.
Yeah,
probably.
All right. So anyway, then we get Vox of Borg, blah blah blah. Picard saying, you know what? I'm just going to plug myself into the collective, and get him out that way. And she's like, yeah, that's not going to work. Ha ha ha. And meanwhile, Worf and Riker are trying to figure out where the stupid Doom device is, and so then
the Necroborgs start.
The Necroborgs see, become aware of what Worf is doing, and Evil Queen is evil, and the Borg, the generic Borg, break out of the transporter room because, and by the way,
yeah,
I don't care how augmented your physical strength is, because remember, there's nothing mechanical about these people. They are strictly human and whatever alien physiology DNA augmented with whatever Picard DNA was put in them, right? So there's no like cybernetic implants, there's no metallic devices or anything like that. We all agree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So how do they manage?
How do they pry open a bulkhead?
Yeah.
No idea.
Scotty had to use a phaser to cut through the wall.
Yeah. You know what? Here's a real gripe. I hate that when I pause video on Paramount Plus, it shrinks it down into a teeny tiny window. I'm pausing it so I can look at the big, beautiful screen paused. It's frustrating.
Mm-hmm. They do that so you can't do a screen grab of it.
Probably.
Yeah.
Also, you should try using Paramount Plus's their Roku app. That's not a lot of fun either. Netflix has got that nailed.
Or Better yet, you should use Play On and just download this episode when they come out, so that you can watch them in MP4 format.
True enough.
You know, which is what we're looking at right now. You know. All right. So Borg explosions, and okay, for the first time, I want to reiterate that for the first time in this entire series, Worf faces off with an opponent from the front.
That's true.
Bye, Mom. Thanks for stopping by. I don't
Hey, have
blame
a
you.
good
We're
one, Miss Bonnie Penny.
approaching the 3-hour mark here.
Yeah, I know. Well, we're almost done.
No, we're not.
yeah.
We're not even
No.
halfway through.
We're only at 25 minutes. We're gonna have to fly like the wind.
Well, yeah, but
Yeah.
once we get past, and we're going through pretty quickly now. So then
No,
Borg,
we're not, because once we get to the part where the ship is actually inside the cube, you're going to wax poetic or pontificate on how much you can't stand it,
because
even though I thought it looked beautiful.
already articulated
I thought it
my
looked like
feelings on that.
I thought it looked like something out of a freaking video game. It was tits,
Yeah,
man. It was
That's
awesome.
the problem. Anyway,
Nah,
so the Borg ship starts firing at the Enterprise D, and of course the Enterprise D is instantly vaporized, except that it apparently isn't, because even though the ship is like 150 miles across and has 8 bazillion whatever beams of doom, it can't seem to penetrate the shields of a starship that was retired.
Well, remember, the Borg cube is on basically life support. She's eating her own people.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't tell me it has no power at all. I mean,
Yeah, it has the power of plot.
yeah, I know. And then meanwhile, the battle is battling, you know, and explosions are explosioning, and the Enterprise D is still in perfect condition because it's the Enterprise D.
I tried.
Yeah.
It's 4:20. I didn't think we were going to go 3 hours, so cheers.
Hey, dude, please, seriously.
Okay. All right.
You can. It's not, you know, you can celebrate 420 on your own live stream after this live stream if you want. Not on, and I know Deej allows it, but not on my channel. All right, the Enterprise.
Just joking, man.
I know.
And you got a
Anonymous-
super tip.
Yeah, Anonymous tips $1, says, just finished it, and what a surprise. You're still reviewing it. 7 out of 10. Not as good as last week. Renaming the Titan was stupid, and no way Starfleet would make Rafi first officer of her ex-girlfriend's ship. I agree, Thomas. I agree. All right, so then all of a sudden the Enterprise just starts going all berserker mode with the phasers and torpedoes in such a way as we've never seen the Enterprise able to do before. But hey, why not? And we find out that, of course, it's Dr. Crusher, because now Dr. Crusher is the most awesomest tactical officer of all time. And meanwhile, Worf and Riker are old. And meanwhile, they're still on the bridge. And now here's your favorite part where they plot the course. And tell me how that course makes any lick of sense.
I don't know, but it looks like something out of a twisted version of Kid Icarus, if you ever played that on the original Nintendo, where you got to go up and up and up and then over and then down. And then every time you fall, you die and have to start over again.
Yeah. So that's the course they need to follow. And they're like, well, that ain't going to happen. And they're like, well, I guess we're all, hey, Danny, get back on camera. Get back on camera. Danny, I'm serious. Danny. And put that cigarette down. No. I don't want you to get in trouble. No. Put it down. Put it down. Turn on your camera. Put it down so we can finish up this stupid show. Danny, I'm going to kick you off this live stream if you don't listen. Going once. He's outside. If you're outside, why didn't you bring your phone like you have a million times before? Jerk. Better be. All right, so they're outside because they're all smoking, and whatever they're smoking, Data apparently had a double dose because he's like, "Yeah, dude, I can totally do this," and they're like, "Okay, why not?" So the Enterprise, the Enterprise suddenly goes into full X-wing mode, and I'm not making that up. And look at that. I know everybody's like, "Oh, isn't that cute?" Data's enjoying flying the Enterprise in ways that violate the laws of physics. Yeah, it's a funny
Well,
gag.
I disagree with that, but
You disagree?
I totally disagree.
That
Again,
with the Enterprise violating laws of physics?
yeah, it's not violating anybody's laws.
Okay, so
Well, because it goes
inertia.
back. Well, remember, I said earlier on. I said the whole thing in the board.
If that's then, why did the Enterprise ever do anything even remotely close to that before?
Because we had a ship on a stick, and
Yeah.
today we have. That's why.
Consistency, tone,
Eh.
and seriousness of the ship. This completely broke my suspension of disbelief. Meanwhile, oh no, the ships are still firing at space dock and they're breaking through the shields. Oh no, I'm so worried that they're going to assimilate Earth. I am actually terrified that the Borg are going to succeed at this point. And then Picard is like, what can I do? I'll start ripping off the stuff off of Jack, but that's not going to do anything. Meanwhile,
back at the laser rave party.
Yeah, it's a laser rave party. They're having a party, and the Borg Queen is still looking really gross. There's your shot of the Enterprise.
The new fat Enterprise.
Yeah, the closest thing we get to a beauty shot of that ship. And I don't even know who that is. Make sure it's not something super important. Let's see. That was my daughter. My daughter is asking if we're almost done. All right. So, and we get the Enterprise D still doing its, stupid maneuvers through the tunnel of doom. I mean, look at this. I'm not making this up. This is straight out of Star Wars.
Oh, by the way, I've got a new theory. The inside of the Borg cube is actually the inside of the Discovery's turbo system.
Oh, that's their turbo lift areas.
Yeah.
All right. So you know what? I like that theory. All right. So they finally get to the center of the Borg cube, which looks like an interesting hybridization of V'ger and the power core of the Death Star.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially the structures to the left and right; those are very V'ger.
So maybe they're trying to support the V'ger theory.
Oh,
which I've always believed in that V'ger theory, and you got a $5 super chat.
Which once again, though, and thank you, Thomas. But I will say this, Danny, if they wanted to, I mean, like if Terry Metalis likes the V'ger theory, throw in a line of dialogue about it. This would be a perfect opportunity to make it canon.
He likes he apparently likes the name Star Trek Legacy, which makes me think. I bet he played that game, and in that game, that's where the Borg theory came from with V'ger. Is that game?
Well, I don't know, but I'm just saying that. Hey, you know what? If he wants to make it canon, he's writing the frickin' show.
Yeah.
Anyway, what is Starfleet? So after 10 years, the Enterprise. What is it with Starfleet? So if after 10 years the Enterprise doesn't blow up, it's retired. Yeah. Well, not only that, even if the Enterprise does blow up, it comes back, apparently.
Well, see, Ilea is the Borg queen. Did I just blow your mind, Martin Devon? You can't get Ilea back because we just killed her.
Yeah, there we go. That would actually be interesting.
Oh, is this the part? Is this the part where Data's asking him to trust his gut or no?
We do.
No,
he already did
he's
that.
already
We
on
just
it.
got put. We got because that was before the video game.
Yeah.
Which how did you get away with? You showed a pretty long clip there, buddy. I was
I
watching. That was
told you I was
beautiful.
going fast, dude. We're
Yeah.
trying to get through this before, it's like, my next birthday.
Well, I just got the bad news from well, not bad news, but Cece's putting in a long day. They have 30 loads, so she said I could go another hour if I wanted to. And I was like, really? I can't tell him that, but I just did. Oh.
Oops.
Anyway, so this is the part where Beverly is now suddenly having a moral quandary about whether or not she should, fire, because that might, kill her son. And, but if she doesn't fire, then everybody in the universe dies. Sorry, at that point, you fire.
Well, I mean, she had to. I mean, even it was well acted. Like didn't say a word.
It was because the problem is that these people, from what
I want to check
seen in the
Ervik's
past-
theory. I'll be right back. I'm not turning the camera off so you don't think I'm doing anything. I want to see if Ervik's
Anyway, so Dr. Cox's surgery tipped $1. Actually, my doctor was not Dr. Cox. My doctor was, but anyway, says you need to come back to the hospital. We removed the testicle instead of your thyroid. We still have time to fix it if you can get back here by 10 p.m.
I do believe.
Are we talking about? Are we talking about this book right here, Ervik? Can you see it? Is it going to focus for me?
It won't focus. There we go. Star Trek Destiny.
Yeah. Look at this book. So I'm not going to lie.
Tome.
I haven't finished it yet. Look at how small the print is. It's like the Bible, man. It's huge. It's crazy.
That's
828 pages with super tiny print. You need a magnifying glass for it. So I'll take your word for it, Ervik, because I have not finished this book yet. So, but it is apparently, this is all three. So that was a trilogy. I guess that's why he said he loves the series. So this is the equivalent of 3 books.
Right.
Maybe I would have read it all if I'd just got.
Yeah, I know there was a series of Destiny books, but anyway, back to the episode so we can get through this. Meanwhile, on the ship, Worf and Riker decide it's a good day to die. Geordi decides it's a good day to kill. Riker decides, you know what? Screw this. Let's go kill some people. And Picard, because, they love life. And then Picard is like, what do I do about my son, the Borg? I know. I'll plug myself into the Borg Collective. That'll fix everything. So how do you become part of the Borg Collective? Apparently, you just grab a random wire and cram it into the side of your head.
I mean, don't you need like a port like from the Matrix or something? Like you just
not to mention the fact that he's not even flesh and blood.
Yeah, exactly, dude. So, okay, this was another big problem I have. See, you guys are gonna rip the joy. I'm not gonna cry again when I watch this. How could he still hear the Borg in this episode when he's positronic and the parts that made him hear the Borg were stolen from his dead body? So you can't say that Soon put him in the train. So that made no sense to me.
You want to take it one step further?
What's that?
In Picard season 1, they specifically said that the one thing different about his robotic body was that they did not copy the aromatic syndrome, which is what actually gave him that ability.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. So how the hell is he hearing the Borg? How is he Damn it. Now you guys are ruining this. Oh, I'm still sticking by my score, though.
But this is why I said what I said in that tweet earlier today, where I said it got me in the feels, but we're going to talk about this.
You see, my problem is that the technical stuff gets me first, and like I said, I'm more like Kadish. If they break the technical, if they break the technical stuff, then I can't get the feels from it.
Yeah.
All right. So then we see inside the collective is just basically like being in the Aurora Borealis, and everything's all happy and peaceful and everything. And apparently he could just leave anytime he wants to. because there's nothing forcing him to stay, which is interesting.
This kind of made sense because remember in First Contact, Picard has that light bulb moment where he says to her, "You needed me to choose to."
No, he said that's
here.
what she wanted.
So, but yeah, so she tricked Jack. They even talked. She tricked Jack into choosing to be there, and they even talk about it. She manipulated him to make the choice, where Picard was never manipulated to make the choice.
It seems to me that if this is what the collective is, then that means that Picard is directly responsible for everything he did as Locutus, because he could have left at any time.
Yeah, we've actually talked about this.
If he chose, no, I would agree with you. If Picard chose,
but the problem is
he was there against his will.
This is the only reference we get. So based on this, he chose.
Yeah. The only thing that actually leads into that, though, is remember in the previous episode, he was all getting all melancholy with Marxist theory for a second.
Yeah.
So.
Meanwhile, the Enterprise is still deciding whether it's going to shoot, and
I think you've caught up to me. This is where I'm at. Yeah. Okay.
And so then they finally decide to shoot, and then the Enterprise turns around.
Well, after a very heartfelt, they can't beam up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or is that what this is right here?
Okay. Yeah, and then there's Riker does the whole.
He says the goodbye, Imzadi.
Actually, one of the things
I love that
there is, and I don't know if you're gonna get it, so I'm gonna get it in so that it doesn't get missed. Mike.
Yes, sir.
The thing that drove you nuts back several episodes ago gets redeemed.
Which thing?
I'll be with our son when we see you again, Imzadi.
That was a full character arc. He went from existential crisis of not believing in an afterlife in episode 4.
Right. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
I will give you that. That was a nice little payoff to his basically going from being an atheist to being someone who now believes there's something out there.
Yeah.
I will grant you that Riker now has hope. Which is good. However, that is it too little, too late? In my opinion, yes.
Nah.
And besides that little bit of hope is ruined by the screeching tires as the Enterprise pulls an e-brake turn to pull up right.
Dude, that looked like something right out of a Michael Bay Transformers movie.
It looked like something out of
the 360.
Furious.
You do know what new trailer dropped yesterday was Fast 10.
Right.
Oh, really? Okay.
And they probably, and you know what? The only reason that dropped was because they were like, oh, yeah, we better up, when this drops and they're like, yeah, hold my beer, Vin Diesel.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Fast 10.
I did like the shot.
Picard episode 10. Two shows about family led by a bald guy on a so.
I did like that. They did rip, whoever directed this episode, I think it was Terry Matalas, he did rip off the Michael Bay 360, point of view, angle up.
Oh, yeah.
Around Picard and Jack when the Enterprise does that big fat ass swing to the side thing that it does.
Yeah, the really stupid maneuver.
Yeah, the one that you didn't like. Visually, it was stunning though, and I liked the camera work of it. It was, but.
And Star Trek, yes, I gotta admit, I would have laughed.
Didn't even think about it.
I would have laughed my butt off and called it the best movie ever if Troy had crashed as soon as she took the helm and then had Data go, no, I'll do it.
Even if she scratched,
I would have forgiven everything else.
That would have been hilarious, even if she just scratched the paint.
Yeah. I'm not saying destroy the ship. I'm saying she starts to go and the side of the ship scrapes against something, and Data's like, better let me do it. That would have been awesome.
All right, so
all right, so
that looks gorgeous.
So they're still in the collective, which is the Aurora Borealis Matrix, whatever BS. And so they decide, let's hug it out. And that way, and by the way, What did I say last week? Picard's going to hug it out, and that's how he's going to get him out of the collective. I actually said that last week. That Picard and Jack were going to hug it out, and that was what was going to defeat the Borg.
I don't remember that. I don't doubt it, but I just don't remember it.
And that is what happened. And so now that they're out of the collective, oh no, the Borg are in trouble because, of course, the Enterprise already destroyed the thing of doom anyway, so they're going to die anyway. And the Queen's like, it doesn't matter because even though I'm going to die, and even if you live, well, then you're going to be alone. And they're like, yeah, whatever. You're just stupid. And
there's your Michael Bay shot right there.
All right. So let's look at the worst shot in history right there. Actually,
that was I actually as pointless.
I mean, look at that. That is so stupid.
That looks awesome, man. What are you talking about?
That is the dumbest thing ever.
It's the most awesome, pointless thing in Star Trek I've seen yet. I absolutely loved it, even as foolish as it was.
The only thing it was missing was the sound of screeching tires. And I'm going to edit that so that it has the sound of screeching tires.
Oh my God, that's too funny.
Oh man.
But this is because Troy saved the day. She didn't crash the ship.
Yeah.
And apparently she's the one that pulled the parking brake up to make it spin around. So
anyway, so then the Borg Queen's like, oh no, and then the ship blows up. And then all of a sudden, all the Borg are like, hey, cool, we're fine now. And so that's awesome. And everybody's like, okay, cool. I guess we can all just like chill and be happy. And then look.
Hold up. Just keep it right there for a second, please. This was very reminiscent to me of the finals of that shot in Undiscovered Country.
Yeah.
When Enterprise and Excelsior are flying side by side, it's very reminiscent of that to me. So I like little things like that, man.
And again, like this is why, even as much as this season will definitely not be at the top of any Star Trek season list for me, it's certainly not the bottom. But this is
I would agree.
I'm willing to say that again. This is a big, giant Terry Metalis wet kiss, long kiss, goodnight, so long. Thanks for the memories. Thanks for all the fishes. Throw in all the funny little things. This is it. There's no guarantee.
I know I've thrown this episode a ton of shade, and I'm throwing this series a lot of shade, but at the same time, it's not Discovery. It's not season 1 or season 2 of Picard. So it is definitely not bottom of the barrel Trek. Okay, not by a significant margin. That being said, it's also a nowhere near next tier up to me. So, unfortunately, it's bottom of acceptable Trek to me. And so I would, and that's where I would put it. This is as low as you can go, and have me still call it Trek.
Wow! But so even lower than Discovery?
You weren't listening to me, obviously.
Okay. Okay. Then you don't consider Discovery. Okay.
I said it's not bottom of the barrel because that is Discovery and the first 2 seasons of this show. Now it still has massive problems, and I haven't been shy about voicing those problems. All right, so moving on. Transporter Protocol says that everybody has their Picard DNA beamed out of them because you know what they should have done. They should have gotten Robert Picardo to just show up and give everybody a hypo spray that fixes it, because that's the way to fix it. One more member berry. Why wouldn't it hurt? But then, hey, look, they're also scanning for changelings because and again, how stupid does this show have to get for people to realize how stupid this show actually is? They never thought to scan for changelings when people beam onto starships?
No, they explain it in this voiceover. It's to detect the new changelings because these new changelings could bypass all that because they're
Except
replicating at the.
But they also explained earlier in the season, Danny, that these new changelings have no DNA. And a person beaming on with no DNA, it would be painfully obvious to the biofilters that this is not a human being.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, because remember,
I can't argue science fiction. I mean, because it's not fact.
no,
I'll just shut up. You know.
But that was that whole scene with Crusher, though. Remember?
Yeah,
she was going
that's
on
the
about
problem.
the fact
Yes.
that
The show is contradicting itself. That's
so
the problem.
it's not us saying it in real world. It's actual, like, within the story. Crusher herself declared that they had no DNA. So whoops.
That's why they needed Picard's DNA, which was
That
was a red herring. They thought that plan never came to fruition. They never actually needed Picard's DNA. They wanted the aromatic syndrome that caused
Well, that was part of Picard's DNA.
But they didn't need his DNA. They needed that specific. That's why they were
That's
specific to say.
No, they needed the outcome from it because they needed the biotech.
Right.
So
anyway, so then we get this scene with Tuvok that makes no sense whatsoever, and honestly,
well, especially if you did read,
it should have been Janeway.
Well, yeah, but I guess these books aren't canon because Tuvok is Riker's number one on the Titan in at least in the beginning.
Well, yeah, books, but forget about using books as a source.
Books aren't even beta canon. I think they're just considered.
As far as Trek is concerned, like
just
these
fan
guys
fiction.
can pull from books to get ideas, which they do from time to time, but books mean nothing as far as canon.
Okay.
They mean absolutely zero. However,
this scene did get me though, man. When the Shaw hologram pops up, I choked up. I didn't cry, but I did choke up. I was coming down
even more.
I liked it.
That pissed me off even more.
It was frustrating, but I did like it.
Yeah. So this absolutely should not have been. Now, I wouldn't mind Tuvok being here as, say, Janeway's attaché. That would have made perfect sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because Janeway's always trusted Tuvok. They were always very close. And in fact, that's something they showed in Voyager was that Tuvok was the person Janeway trusted above anybody and everybody else. And so I would have no problem with Admiral Janeway doing this presentation with Tuvok as her personal aide. Right. But I mean, I think it was a matter of they didn't either have the money or want Janeway, and they probably shot this the same day they shot his other. I think it's because they didn't want to show Admiral Janeway the way that Kate Mulgrew currently looks.
Yeah, because in the cartoon, she still looks like Voyager.
Right, because they're trying to make it out on Prodigy that she looks fit and trim, and I'm not trying to be insulting to Kate Mulgrew, but you don't look fit and trim.
Now she's a 65-year-old lady who typically is going to be a little heavier. So
right, and so I get that, but at the same time, it then if you can't do that,
you pay me $1 million, I can afford a quarter. Quarter of it
when you're 65 and fat. Good effing luck. Okay,
get a trainer.
It's not the same.
It's not nearly as easy. No,
I know, man. I'm just kidding.
But that being said, you know what? There are plenty of, if they want to do a member berry scene, there are other characters from Voyager that they could have said made the Admiralty or something.
Oh yeah.
What would have been great? Admiral Kim. Holy crap! Everybody would have gone.
Poor guy who never got promoted ever.
Yeah.
Oh, that would have been funny.
Yeah. Something like that. That would have been freaking awesome. That would have been the member berries.
Thomas Potts, I guess I don't think Jason said that. I think it was Mike that said that. But
I don't. No, he said she's over.
People that are getting older have a harder time changing their weight, and you tend to settle in as you get older. So,
or you go the opposite way. My mom, she's actually.
Oh yeah, well,
tiny.
But you look at, for example, if you look at someone like
5 feet
actually,
tall.
here's a great example. Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
Stallone looks freaking awesome, right? If you see him without a shirt, he's scary as F, right? I don't want to mess with that man. And he's 70 years old, right? Now,
Yeah.
Schwarzenegger's just as old. I would not be afraid of Schwarzenegger anymore. He looks like a 70-year-old.
Now he's worn
got
out. Yeah.
He's got a punch. And it's because he stopped working
Well,
out. You know,
it's because he had to because of all of his heart surgeries after his last heart surgery.
I'm not judging the man. I'm just stating a fact. Okay, he stopped working out, and because of that, he lost the edge. And you know what? He can't just get that back. Once you lose it, it's gone. If Stallone stopped working out and those muscles deflated, they ain't coming back. Because one of the problems, and this is something you learn as you age, is it's easy to maintain muscle mass. It is nearly impossible to build it.
Yeah, once you get older, you got to really try.
And so same thing with fat levels. You know, it's easy to maintain a fat level. It's almost impossible to lower it once it gets to a certain point, except for by starving yourself. And you know, that's not healthy, especially when you're older. Anyway, so they have this little conversation, which is totally inappropriate, unless, you know, they could have made Tuvok a freaking admiral. Why didn't they just do that? That would have solved this, but whatever. You know, having him be a captain made it totally inappropriate. But then he brings up the hologram. And the hologram, I'll tell you, the hologram could have gotten me, because I like the idea that Shaw, before the incident at the shuttle bay, that Shaw actually recommended her for promotion to captain. I do like that idea, that he saw that she had a lot of potential in her, that she was, you know, that she would make a great captain, blah, blah, blah. Because Shaw's a no-nonsense guy, and, you know, he's not going to lie and say that she sucks just because he doesn't like her, right? And so, but the fact that he acquiesces and calls her 7 of 9 in this video, I wanted to punch Terry Metalis in the face. I wanted to punch the actor to play Shaw in the face. I wanted to punch the VFX guys in the face. I wanted to punch everybody involved in the production of the show in the face, because Shaw would not have done that. Because
Man,
remember,
you're never letting go of that.
No, I'm not.
I know, right?
It's bad enough. It's bad enough that they wrote it in that he acquiesced and called her 7 of 9 as he was dying, but he certainly wouldn't have done it when he's of his right mind and in full anti-7 mode.
I'll only agree that the way that they changed the progression for him to actually saying 7 wasn't handled right, but I totally will not agree that he should have deliberately stuck with Hansen. I'm just never going to let that bother me.
Well, you're saying as far as on his deathbed.
Either way, like for him to have finally moved away,
calling her 7 in this scene was wrong. It was absolutely wrong, because this was wild. Remember, he mentioned that he was doing the reviews early on in the season.
Yeah.
So this was early in the season when he was full on yelling at her about calling herself 7.
Yeah, but maybe he was just being a hard ass just to be one. I don't know.
You know, but
he
see,
plays that
makes
kind of
him
a character in this.
Anyway. That's just character assassination. Now you're just making him a crappy captain.
I don't know.
And I want to think, you know, and this is my thing, is that up until the whole Borg breakdown in the bar, he was the best captain we've seen since Jellicoe. And then all of a sudden they just make him a complete jerk just to be a jerk.
I don't know. Yeah.
I know you disagree with me on that, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you know, and like Mr. Trent even says, why would, you know, the slave name, why does it make any sense that 7 would even want to be called 7? They're fighting the freaking Borg Queen. Why would they want to use the name that she gave her as opposed to the name that her parents gave her?
I don't know. I don't know. I just don't have any issue with it because of how much I've watched Voyager and seen all the episodes of her personal growth and the episode The Raven and everything. For me, I think it was like her way of accepting the duality of her existence.
Oh, and speaking of punching people in the face, here's another scene. I wanted to punch Worf in the face, Terry Metalis in the face, everybody else in the face for this
All
scene.
the faces.
Yeah. And by the way, I'd feel perfectly safe punching Worf in the face because I'm not a Borg, and so he'd only kill me if I had my back to him. But so where Worf essentially lies to Starfleet in order to get her dream job, which I mentioned in the hot take, because Rafi did nothing right, and yet Worf basically lies to make her a hero. And I understand Worf is trying to be a humble guy and not trying to take credit, but it's one thing to not want to take credit and another thing to make someone who actually costs lives and make them out to be a hero.
And yeah, I'll give you that one, Thomas. She definitely started to lean, especially with Unimatrix Zero. But either way, she still kept going as 7 throughout the rest of.
Yeah, but she should have changed to Annika Hansen by the end of Voyager, to be honest.
Season 7, yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, this scene here was even worse to me because of the fact that Worf did the dishonorable thing by lying to make someone who was a straight up criminal into a hero. Yes, Danny.
I'll be right back.
Okay, I thought he was just finger wagging at me for some reason.
No. I didn't want to interrupt you, but yeah, I also didn't want you yelling about me. I'm just going to go. I've had a lot of soda. I got to go pee real quick. So
okay, enjoy your pee. So
Danny, the funny thing is as much as you're frustrated with the character of Worf doing what he did, for me, it just makes me dislike the presence and existence of the Rafi character, regardless of season.
Yeah.
And
I know why they did it. They did it because Rafi's going to be in this new show,
which
and so they wanted to set it because if the truth were the truth about Rafi, she never would have been first officer on the ship.
Right? Honest to goodness, if Rafi is in another, if they do get greenlit for another Star Trek show, and Rafi is actually in it, I'm gonna literally hate every episode. I'm just gonna every episode is a 0.
You're gonna hate watch it.
It will be nothing but a hate watch. I do not at all want the Rafi character.
And the thing is, the actress is a good actress. I mean, like if you saw her in Daredevil, holy crap, she was awesome in Daredevil. She was a character you love to hate in Daredevil.
Who was she in Daredevil? Because I watched.
She was the DA in season 2. She was the DA that set up Punisher, that was was doing all the shady business to try and. But yeah, she was awesome in that.
Really?
Yeah. And I mean, she was a character that you absolutely love to hate in that show.
What's the actress's name?
I don't remember.
I'm gonna have to do the search the other direction.
Just look up Picard and then look her up.
Yeah. Yeah. Yay, IMDb and hyperlinks.
Yeah. And so it's not
Michelle Hurd is the actress's name, and maybe that's the problem. You love to hate her because of her performance. You hate to like her in this one. I don't know. I'll be back.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 6 episodes.
I ran over here just to tell you that. I got to wash my hands still. Sorry.
Yeah. So 6 episodes of Daredevil. So I don't. Her character didn't really stick out that far for me because I.
And Chief Cook says she was also in Law and Order.
Well, she's got a long list of things that she's been in. But as far as anything that she's been in a lot, she was in Ash versus Evil Dead, which I have not watched. She was in 5 episodes of Lethal Weapon, 8 episodes of Hawaii Five-0. 27 episodes of Blind Spot, but I stopped watching that very promptly because that got boring quick. Devious Maids, never watched it. She was in The Glades. That's her biggest credit, and I never watched The Glades. So she had 43 episodes of The Glades.
Well, Thomas has something for you.
Breaking news, Rafi, a Star Trek story has been announced. I quit Star Trek. Oh, that's funny. She was in an episode of Shark, and I say that that's funny because Jerry Ryan was one of the main cast members on Shark, which frustrated me.
That's how they met.
That was only on for 2 seasons. That drove me nuts because I actually like that show.
I really like Shark with the guy who played Hades.
Yes.
Yeah.
I always forget that guy's name, but I really
I do
like
too.
that guy. James Woods.
And then
James Woods.
Then Mr. I'm Not a Hugger Worf hugs Rafi.
Yeah.
He won't hug the people who he's known for 50 freaking years from his time on the Enterprise D, but he'll hug the criminal who almost got him killed multiple times and screwed up his investigation over and over because, I don't know, reasons.
Yeah.
And so then Data is Data, having us. Now, I will say this scene was probably the most TNG scene of the episode.
This was I loved it, and then I felt like old Troy would have said after he goes, he saw
Data, our time is up.
Well, yeah, no, when she's like, when Data says, I saw an ensign feed a cat and I wept, I felt like old Troy would have been like, maybe you should get a cat, because it was because of Spot. I feel like that's something Troy would have. I'm not giving that a up or a down or nitpicking that. I just, because she was being very.
But this was like the only scene in the entire episode to me that actually felt like TNG. I'm just being honest. It's a little slice of life moment like they typically did on TNG, and with Data being very Data, and Troy actually being kind of Troy. So props to them for actually getting a scene right.
One of my favorite parts, and you probably hated it, of this scene is the very end where Riker's like, is he still batshit crazy? But she cuts him off before he says crazy.
Yeah. I like that. I did get a kick out of the fact though that she was shopping for a vacation spot.
Yeah.
No, you know what? Honestly, first of all, as far as all the cussing, how I feel about the cussing. But I could see Riker saying something like that just without the 4-letter word.
Yeah.
So that didn't bother me. What bothered
he could have. Yeah, you're right. Like he could have said
felt,
batty.
Yeah,
and it would have had the same effect. Just like when I said Shaw could have said stuff.
Yeah, or could have said something like, "Is he as crazy as a cave full of Rigelian bats or something like that?"
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, they used to do that kind of stuff all the time, where they would throw in some alien equivalent.
Yeah.
Is he still Tigerian guano crazy or something? So, and so then we go to a year later. And back at the shipyards where the Enterprise D, because it's the fat one, can't fit in the ring. I'm just pointing that out. It's so fat.
It gets stuck in the hula hoop.
Yeah. And notice the Enterprise D couldn't even get into space dock.
Look, it's not fat. It's a body positive ship, okay? Jesus,
you know what?
Get it right.
Body positivity is one of the most sick and insane things that has come out of the 21st century.
I totally I totally agree. That's why I was being sarcastic.
It's the fluffy one.
Yeah. Yes, and the frack word is a great example too. Yeah.
It's the husky one. There you go.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, so it's the sturdy ship. That's what one friend of mine used to say.
Big boned.
Anyway, so we get the close up of the ship, and then
So can I point something out here? Because this is
Yeah.
supposed to be a year later, right?
yeah, why are they
They're all
wearing
wearing the exact
clothes?
same clothes.
Yeah.
Well, because they stink. And that's why they.
I think this for
that
whatever
bridge
reason.
smells so funky right now. Because
Yeah.
what you don't realize is Picard lost the vineyard because he was away for so long. Because communist rule says that if you're away from planet too much, you lose your vineyard. And so he's been living on the bridge because it's the only functional room on the ship, apparently. And since there's no bathroom on the bridge, he's just been peeing in the corner.
Oh no, that is the only place with a bathroom.
No. Remember, we've never seen it. If it's not on screen, it don't exist. So,
No, you can see it from another angle. It's that, yeah. It's it's where
nowhere do you
there's two
see-
doors.
You see two doors. They're both turbo lifts. So
Oh, do I got to get my schematic book out now? Lord.
schematic books are not canon, sir.
Fair enough. All right,
So Picard has been peeing in a corner, pooping in another corner, and wearing one outfit for a solid year on the bridge of the Enterprise D.
Maybe he did the Howard Hughes thing. Maybe he replicated jars and pissed in those. Who knows?
You know what sucks?
There's
is
no
I actually
replicator on the
have-
bridge.
I have a potential answer for what's going on here. They had tight shooting times. They shot a bunch of stuff, and then they changed how the story was going to play and the order of editing. And which
Yeah,
ended up
exactly.
with this scene.
Yeah, this should not have been a 1 year time jump. That was
Yeah, I don't think they planned for it to be. I agree with Jason. I think this was something that happened
like
in
this
post.
seems like this should have been right when they docked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they turn off the
I'm
lights.
sorry,
and go home.
I have to put that up there only because of the foolishness with the Klingons having two of everything.
Yeah. Yes,
So-
actually, Star Trek, we do, because there are direct references to his genitals in Trek. So we do know he has genitals.
I mean, he's got 2 fuck trophies, so there's that. I mean, you don't get those without genitals.
Really, you had to
Children.
put it that way.
Oh, sorry.
Couldn't have put it a little nicer.
When we're going close to 4 hours,
You got to learn to have a filter.
Yeah, right.
dude.
Come on, man.
Danny's filter only has so many backup batteries.
I know, and I haven't even dude, I missed 420 on 420 because I was on this damn stream, and you wouldn't even let me smoke at
because you were
420
doing it
on
Dejan's
420.
stream.
No, I'm 4:20 in the afternoon on 420. I missed because I was
sorry,
here
dude.
streaming with
that's
you.
right, because that's
Well, I am sorry. You could have asked us to delay the stream, but you didn't.
No, I wouldn't do that over. No, because then I would have been stoned, and you would have been even more frustrated with me.
Yes,
and Kadish
I
probably
would've.
wouldn't have even come on. So I would have been.
All right, so then we get the big, exciting, and I will admit fully that
Berta
this
Prey is
shot-
absolutely right. I missed that voice. Like you
Yeah,
kind of glossed over that. That
I
was-
did like that. I did like
was a
that
good
line. Thank
line,
you, Bert.
yeah.
Now, I will say at this shot, this is the one time in the episode I began feeling anticipation.
Mm.
I was like, "Oh, what is the Enterprise G going to be?"
Oh, and then it just let you down. I
was like, "Oh, here it comes," because we all know they're going to see the Enterprise G, even though they're being coy about, "Oh, I wonder what ship you're going to be on," blah blah blah.
And do we have any idea? I mean, other than they're together, like, did he get back with Laris? Is he with Beverly? Are they they're not really sitting close enough to each other? They're not really,
Major Green
they're in a
has
three-way.
a hilarious short where he goes and shows that Laris has been abandoned.
Oh, she's just like alone at the
Yeah.
like cutting to her by herself.
I don't know if it's from season 2
Yeah.
when Laris played not Laris, because I didn't watch season 2, but there's this one scene he pulls of that actress basically leaning over, basically holding her head crying. She's been totally forgotten about.
So this was
She's probably cuddled up next to that fireplace, holding one of Picard's shirts, sucking her thumb underneath that picture of Enterprise D she wouldn't let that other guy take.
this
Yeah,
this
exactly.
to me was the equivalent of a kick in your cancer-free testicles.
I disagree. I love this, but like I said,
I
there's
hated that.
Pete, you either love or hate this. I don't think you come down in the middle on this.
No,
thing.
I agree. I mean, but now don't get me wrong. I do, I don't think the Titan is a bad looking ship, but but the Titan has its own legacy. The Titan was featured in multiple books. The Titan was featured in another show. The Titan is Riker's old ship. And then the Titan was refit into the Titan A. And then you're just going to hand wave all that aside and say, well, it's the Enterprise now.
Well, because this was not Riker's Titan. This was
it was
the guts. A lot of the guts of it.
Yeah.
I went and I did some reading after we got into this whole like Connie, this and that. So what they did was they took the central guts of the ship after they rescued it from the disaster that it apparently was in the cartoon or whatever. But then they restructured it around the design that is the Constitution 3. Or 2, whatever number it is.
It's 3.
The Neo Connie. The Neo Connie.
Yeah.
So the Neo Connie is a design pattern, but what they did is they sort of ship of Theseus it into.
They use the parts from Riker's ship.
And then they So yeah. And the other thing is for me, the reason why this felt cheap is this was like a complete replay of End of Voyage Home.
Oh yeah,
and that's why.
What's wrong with that? But what's wrong with that?
Because it wasn't appropriate. So the Enterprise crew in,
guy, you sound like my mom right there when you're talking. It wasn't appropriate.
If you were going to do that, you might as well make it look like a freaking Galaxy class.
Well, okay, so when you go
and say, hey, look, we built a brand new prototype Galaxy class and call it the Enterprise G. You might as well do that if you're going to rip off Voyage Home.
Okay, so here's the reason why it's not. I don't find that this is an appropriate pull from the past. You had Wrath of Khan and the Search for Spock, which were basically functionally they became a single story arc.
Right. Yeah.
And the command crew of the Enterprise sacrificed the ship to both save the lives of those they loved and prevent the Klingons from getting their hands on anything to do with Genesis.
Right.
So even though they broke all these rules and the only one in the end is that they demoted him back to captain, they gifted him and his command crew a replacement for the ship that they sacrificed.
Right.
And by doing so, they had to rename the Yorktown. And that has been accepted as what happened, is they had a Yorktown Constitution.
Well, it's not official, but yeah.
Yeah. And they renamed it as the Enterprise A. And then that was that. So it was a gift. This is just an attempt at replaying that for no specific reason, really, because that the Picard didn't lose a ship. The D is back in the museum, and that's his favorite ship.
And by the way,
so actually, go ahead.
Hold on, just a second, Danny. Let me say this: if you look at Jack Crusher's line when he says, "In honor of what you did," they renamed the ship, then it should be the USS Picard. When he said that, that's what I thought it was going to be, because he said him specifically, and we saw a USS Hikaru Sulu, so that so they kind of planted that seed. But now that you've mentioned it, Mike, and I guess I don't know if you were saying you would have liked it or not, but now that you mention it, I think I would have liked to have seen them do like a Neo Galaxy class design ship, and that be Enterprise G. That would have been. I didn't even think about that, but that would have been kind of cool, you know? Yeah. Instead of renaming the Titan.
Yeah, like it diminished the Titan. It wasn't an appropriate rename in reality for the play of the story that happened.
Now that I think they should have named it the Picard. I mean, especially with this being season 3 of Picard, the end of Picard's story arc, and he has that line, I think the US, that way they could have still, I don't know, anyway. Yeah.
I mean,
Damn it, you guys! I
And by the
guarantee you,
way,
when I watch this later, I'm not.
let
gonna
me
like
ask
it
you guys
as much.
this. Because everybody and I mean everybody knew that the Enterprise F was being retired. But when did they
Yes.
say that on screen?
Oh, it was on screen. I think in the first or second episode, it was in a news broadcast. You could see it in the background. You could slightly because on closed captioning,
you
they
see it in the
say
background.
It was on a news. Yeah, it was on a news.
Okay,
It was on a news
so they
feed
show
in
it in the
background.
background of a news broadcast that they're retiring a ship, and we're all supposed to just know this.
If you pay attention.
If you pay attention,
they made it.
They
made it a
point of
point.
it, or did you see it?
Hold
Hold
up.
on. Did you see it when you watched it, or did you catch it on a YouTube video later?
No, I watched with my closed captions on, and so when it said Enterprise F, I was like, oh, there it is. It was like in the left kind of corner of the screen. But I may have very well missed it if I didn't have my closed captions on. But
right, because I don't always watch with the closed captions on. And I didn't know, and I think that's a cheap move, because especially since when you look at Shelby and the way that they launched the F, that looks like it's the unveiling of the F.
So Thomas says it was also on the Roland's
hologram thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that when you look at so if you just take in isolation the Federation Day ceremonies, would you think that was when the F was being retired?
Yeah,
it looked like the F was being unveiled.
Again, it's more of those things that are getting done,
especially since the F looked like the most badass ship in the fleet.
Well, it's like they wrote a story backwards. It's like, I want this to be the way this ends.
Right, with the Enterprise G.
Okay, let's work backwards and make that be a thing. It's like,
you wouldn't be surprised. A lot of writers do that. It's called beginning with the end in mind. You reverse.
I know you can, but you got to be careful because you could end up in this kind of a situation.
Yeah.
I know you can framework your story and sometimes start with what you want the story to end with, but when you start putting functional things like and thens instead of and so, like, this is where you run into that.
I missed that. Is that true? Bird of Prey says that Tuvok calls the ship the Enterprise. Is that?
I'd have to go back and rewatch.
I'll keep an eye out for that.
Which I will be rewatching the whole series. But my point about it though is still that the F doesn't. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the F. It's actually in every conceivable way a superior ship than the G. It's from what we see of it. It's bigger. It looks like it has more firepower. It's probably faster. Why is the F being retired?
Dear God, man, I am convinced you are not going to be happy until we hit that 4-hour mark on this little ticker up here.
No, we're gonna wrap it up.
This is this is the end of the. Well, we got the after credits.
But I'm just saying, I don't think that there's any reason to retire the F. This is, to me, this is the ultimate insult. This should be the USS Picard if you're going to do anything, and the F should be the current Enterprise.
Yeah, man. You're gonna. I really hope I still have the same enjoyment when I watch this here as soon as we get off. All
right, so now they're all happy, and this.
Okay.
And so now we have the USS. Everybody's a woman. And
we got Mura there. No, you got Jack and Mura. But look,
there is a Bajoran guy at the helm too.
Yeah. You got Mr. Bajoran and you got Jack
Mura. So look, if this is what they're pitching as Star Trek Legacy's cast, I'm not in. I wanted to see Shaw. I want to see a Shaw Captain Rancho. And I don't really need Rafi in any of my Star Trek. I hate to agree with you on that, but it is what it is. But Seven as captain, like kill Rafi off screen or something.
First of all, I'm down with Captain Hansen, not Captain Seven, because I don't want a Borg as a captain, but I'm perfectly fine with Captain Hansen. But Rafi. No, she belongs in prison, not on the bridge of a starship. And I actually like LaForge. So and Jack.
I like Sydney LaForge.
Yeah,
a
the
lot.
actress that plays
Oh.
Sydney, I really like her. She
Yeah,
works
so
for
I
me.
would say keep Sydney, keep Seven. Oh, sorry, keep Hanson, keep Jack. And as far as the Bajoran guy, I really am him. He didn't really do much.
You already planted the seeds with him. I really hate that they killed Tavine, though. I'd rather
Yeah.
see her on a TV show than the Esmar.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, as far as he's concerned, I'm kind of ambivalent because he didn't do much. But Raffi needs to go. If Raffi is on this show, that is going to absolutely make the show a dumpster.
Now, I don't know how much what you heard me crustying about Raffi.
Yeah.
When you
I heard it all. No, that
Oh,
I did. I heard it all.
I'm serious every episode of whatever.
That's
she's
why
in
I
with
was
the
just like
388 watch.
doing this earlier because I was like, I hate to agree with you, but like I don't want Raffi in it. But because of that shot, if they pick it up,
this shot another FU to the fans when they're saying, "Okay, what's your saying going to be? What are you going to say as you warp out?" And she's like,
I actually thought it was
and then
funny.
They cut away. That is,
First of all, I thought it was funny because it reminded me of the end of the.
Knew what she was going to say.
Well, I guess because at the end of Avengers, Captain America goes, "Okay, Avengers," and
right, but you know what the next word is.
Yeah.
I guess. Like honestly, in Fantastic Four, they do the same thing. And like if Picard finished the series by saying, "Set course for Cestus 3," and then they cut it, you'd know he was about to say engage, right? So
engage. Yeah, okay.
Right,
okay.
But you don't do it when you have no effing clue what she was going to say.
I like it because it leaves it open if they actually do a show. Like they're not married to something.
It's called lazy writing.
I guess.
They didn't want. They couldn't think of anything
this
clever, so they just left
to the
it blank.
stupid. Yeah, apparently the other show, like this is way better than Spock's. Like I'd like.
Oh, I love Spock's.
Go now, very fast, to get out of here, or something like that. No, it was terrible.
Make the ship go now.
Make the ship go now.
That's what Spock would say. Because
because they were egging him on to say something cute.
Right.
Rather than
Spock's like, okay.
See, Mr. Trent agrees with me. See, come on, put those comments up that agree with me.
I'm failing.
He's not failing. He's been putting up comments that agree with you. You're just not paying attention. But this was crap. All right. And so then we go back to the freaking bar. Oh my gosh. Do we have to go back to the most overused set in the history of Star Trek? Oh my god!
This part made me happy. No. They play their poker game. Picard wins.
And then
they sit there and waste. I did like that the poker game had Picard winning, just for the sport of the fact that he never joined into any of the games except for what we saw at the end of All Good Things.
Yeah. Should have done this alone.
And but you know what? They make it no. The only person that wins at poker is Riker. I'm sorry. And so then we finish off with the same ending as All Good Things because Terry Metalis doesn't have an original bone in his freaking body.
Wow. All that, let the hatred flow through you.
The end.
No, there's after credit scene.
Oh, yeah.
Q shows up and says, F you, everybody. I'm still around.
Pull it up. Come on.
He just shows up and says, F you, everybody. I'm still around. Well, I thought you died. Oh, you people think so linearly. Why don't they just bring in the Borg Queen and say you think so three-dimensionally while you're at it?
All right, I'm out of here.
No, you're not. We're not done. You got to give your score.
What's your score?
You got to listen to us. So get your butt back here. You can smoke your weed later. Get over it. Jeez. All right. So bring. Where's the button? All right. So all right, Dan. Danny will go last because he's being a jerk. All right, you go first.
For me, it's a 6. It was reasonable. I didn't hate it. I did enjoy myself watching it. It did get me with some. I remember when I watched this show, and it was nice. But
that's not a wedding photo, Bird of Prey. Sorry. Anyway, go ahead.
But for me, this show was just the absolute proof that all that Terry was building was a gigantic, wet, mushy kiss to the last potential Berman
and what's
style
wrong with that?
TNG, which What's wrong with it? It's an extremely overfunded fan film.
All right. So 6 out of 10. It was basically a fan film.
Oh,
All right, Danny.
oh, I thought you were going to make me go last. Thank you.
Yeah, I lied.
Yes. You lied. I'm not going to let you guys influence my decision. I came in here saying I was going to give it a 10, and damn it, I'm giving it a 10. I'm.
So it's flawless.
I don't
in every
care.
way.
It made me feel, and damn it, that's the most important thing. Like it made me feel a certain way. It made me think about,
The new
my old
slogan
friend.
of the Democratic Party.
What?
The feelings are what's most important.
No, in storytelling.
No.
In storytelling, making someone feel a certain way. First of all, this is something I learned a long time ago, and I often forget, and I get reminded by either a therapist or whatever. But you really, when people say, "You made me feel that way," well, you're not. That's not necessarily true, because you're allowing them, you're giving them the power to make you feel that way.
You've chosen to feel that way. Yeah.
You could be steadfast. I could decide before I watched a single second, like Doomcock did, I could decide that no matter what, I'm not going to like this show. Okay, so I'm just going to put up a wall, and I am not going to let it make me feel one way or another about it. If something is powerful enough to where, it's kind of like if somebody you don't give two shits about is talking shit about you or whatever, you just, whatever, I don't hear it, you're not on my level. But somebody you care about, now if they say something bad about you, that it stings, that bothers you, because they have enough power over you, emotionally, to make you feel that way. So when a storyteller can do that, to me, that's why I wasn't kidding. I hope Kadish didn't take it like I was not trying to be rude or condescending. I really do feel sorry for Kadish after, like, when we talk, and because sometimes he's always like, "Oh man, I'm sorry, I don't mean to ruin it. Don't let me ruin it for you." I'm like, no, you're not ruining it for me. I've already enjoyed it. You're just making me understand why you didn't enjoy it and why it was ruined for you. And that sucks, man, because it really made me feel, a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, that was what was most important. And I can't wait to watch it again. And I hope it makes me feel that way again, even though you guys have done your level best to make sure it doesn't. But anyway, so that's my review.
Well, it certainly wasn't my intention.
No. And I'll say this. Here's where I'm going to agree to and disagree with you a little bit. I do think emotions are important as far as storytelling. And I do think, in fact, that the most important thing as far as storytelling. But I think the way you phrase it is totally wrong. The feeling is not what's most important. What is most important is an emotional connection to the characters. And unfortunately, here's what happens with this. This show is about feelings, not about emotional connections, which means that here's what happens when the three of us and the four of us earlier sit down and actually start having an analytical discussion about it, the show completely falls apart, which means on a second viewing, you don't have that connection anymore, because the character,
which is what I'm afraid of, man.
I know, which is, and I am sorry about that, but it's because it's not the character you were connected to; it was the moment you were connected to.
Yeah, they constructed very manipulative.
They manipulated
segments.
They really did, from music cues to visual cues to lines to
just sheer acting ability still left in these people. Yeah.
Now.
Oh my God!
Am I saying that overall I did not enjoy the season? No, Thomas. But we're going to talk about the season as a whole next week.
Next Wednesday.
Today we're only talking about this
next
episode.
Thursday.
Yeah.
I guess a little programming note. Are we still doing a Wednesday and
next
Thursday?
Wednesday we're talking about the season of Mandalorian.
Just all of Mandalorian. Okay.
Right.
And you got a super tip.
And Mercer, it's going to probably crap out on me because I clicked on it. Let me see. Does it? Okay, good. No, it doesn't seem like it.
And yes, Gavin, I feel like Salty Saturday is going to be fire.
Oh, Salty Saturday is going to be fire. You guys, you don't want to miss it. Be there for the Salty Nerds podcast this Saturday at 12 Central Standard Time because
10 a.m. my time. Ugh.
it's going to be me and
Too
Kadish
Atlantic.
against Vader and Danny in a cage match. It's going to get ugly.
There's gonna
Is
be
Brian going to be
tears.
there to referee, or
Brian's
is he
going to be
just-
on your side. Come on, referee. Brian has been. I mean, come on. Brian.
Hey man, I
has
need to
been
make it
straight
like a
up
hockey
doing
game.
cage.
I need at least one ref in my pocket. You know what I mean? Make sure I gotta.
Anyway, but Mercer said, I liked it simply as a toast to the show. It came out when I was 12 years old. It's like getting one last drink. I get that, but that's just, like I
Yeah.
said, it's about feels. It's not about connections. And there's
Gotcha.
a big difference to me. To me, there were no connections. There was just feelings.
Well, there
And
was
some of those
one
feelings were
connection,
really
but then
good.
they did him dirty.
Yeah, and some of those feelings were really
Right.
well done. However,
Yeah.
for me, not in this episode. In this episode, almost every moment that I apologize to Danny and everybody else that really loved it. If you loved it, I'm not knocking you for it, but almost every moment that had those big, momentous, impactful things felt vacuous. It felt like they were just hollowed member-berry moments because you could see right through them, because you could see the setup coming a million miles away. And that's why I give this episode an FU out of 10. This is the bottom of the barrel. This is the worst episode of Trek ever. And the reason it's the worst episode of Trek ever, we'll get into in more detail next week, but it's basically because it ruined what could have been a great season of Trek.
Oh man.
Oh, so kind of why I didn't like the Mandalorian's finale or whatever. So
Right.
I see a little.
You know,
bit of-
honestly, in truth,
That's
yes,
kinda sad.
because it's, you know, I hate.
I literally talked to you in tears this morning. I was so.
Yeah, Danny came on the live stream this morning, and he was crying when he came.
Man,
on.
like that
Ah.
like honestly, that actually makes me sad that frustrated you that bad.
It
Yeah, I
really
know.
did,
Actually,
Yeah.
because
I'm actually getting a
you know-
little misty right here. Like I'm not even.
I know that a lot of people think I hate Star Trek: The Next Generation. I don't, and so I don't hate Star Trek. You know, I've never liked the Enterprise D design.
Well, let me
And-
ask you this: Were you one
Yeah.
of those guys that when it first came out, well, that ain't my Star Trek? Were you one of those
Yeah,
when
absolutely.
it first came out? You were okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Okay. All right.
Because
Right.
I complained about Star Trek: The Next Generation the way the Phantom Menace complained about Discovery. And I'm not even
Damn.
exaggerating. I was like,
Okay.
this is definitely not, you know, what the heck is this bloated monstrosity they're calling the Enterprise? How is the captain of the Enterprise a 50-year-old
This
bald guy,
gorgeous,
right?
this gorgeous
No,
ship
please
is a
stop,
marvel.
Danny, stop. You know,
It's a masterpiece.
how's the captain of the ship this bald guy, and the entire crew's just sitting around singing Kumbaya all day, and then and it's just like there's no drama, there's no story, it's just crap. And they're all
Thomas.
wearing pajamas.
Yeah.
But I don't despise TNG because then TNG grew to become a great show, and that's the difference between TNG and Discovery. Discovery and TNG to me both started out as absolute
Man,
crap.
we actually still have 40 people,
Oh,
44
man.
people watching us
Yeah, we've had a
4
good
hours
chat all
and 2
night.
minutes in. This is crazy.
Yeah.
I can't
As
believe that
hard
we
as
still
it
have so many
feels
people.
For us, like man,
Yeah, we're not going to have an audience after
Hats
next week
off
though,
to
because we won't be talking about the show.
yeah, like hats
Uh,
off to people
yeah.
putting out.
But yeah, it's unfortunate to me that they absolutely ruined what is a beautiful legacy of Star Trek: The Next Generation. A truly, and look, as a religious person, a truly beautiful vision of humanism that they crapped on and turned into nihilism. And you know, I'm sorry, Worf stabbing people in the back over and over and over and without remorse. You know, how is that
Beheadings are
Worf?
on Wednesdays.
Yeah. I mean, well, that was a joke, but I'm just saying, you know, it's not like Worf was like, oh, I regretted having to attack him dishonorably. No, he just did it because that's the thing to do. So, you know, I'm sorry, you know, this show, this episode was horrible for me. However, that being said, it was beautiful to look at. I'll give him that. It was absolutely gorgeous. It was the Enterprise D never looked better, but it's still, I mean, it was a glamour shot of an ugly woman. I mean, so
You hold your tongue,
man.
sir. You hold your tongue.
You better have a retort for that, and don't just be sticking me with hot pokey things.
hey, I'm just being honest. However, it's the FU out of 10 for me, so I apologize. But that's why they call me salty. And you know what? You are the salt of the earth. I am the salty trekker. Danny's about to get insanely stoned because it's 420. And I don't think that Jason's going to get stoned.
No, I'm going to bed.
Yeah. But you know what? I would, in fact, pay money to see Jason stoned.
Oh, and Chief Cook and Worf fell asleep.
Yeah. And then they turned Worf into a stupid old man. Oh, and thank you so much. Nermal throws in a last buck.
Super tip.
Says, considering I'm not a huge Voyager fan, I love Shaw's report that got her promoted. I hated that report, and I already said why. I'm not going to get.
He touched the wrong screen.
Well,
yeah.
no, it's we've already said our goodbyes. So is he back?
Yeah, he's back.
I'm not.
back.
Am I back? Did I go somewhere?
You roboted.
Yeah, you roboted for a little bit.
Okay.
Well, I'm not a robot. I'm not Picard. Picard's the robot, not me. Picard is a